All right. It's Saturday night. Welcome back to Hanger 51. What's going on tonight, guys? Who's going to be first? Probably, I'm thinking Mike Bird might be the one tonight. I'm just guessing here, but I think Mike Bird's first in the room. I was right. I think I should play the lottery. I've been pretty good at this lately. How you doing, Mike? Good to see you. All right. Yep, I'm doing fine. Doing pretty good. I'm surprised Shadow's not here yet. Boy, Eric's really been slipping lately. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to fire him. Oh wait, that's right. I don't pay him. Jeff Lower Alabama, what's up? Are you still up at Bigfoot? Or did you go home today? Uh-oh. Is this thing on? Testing? 1, 2, 3? I'm not getting any response here. Uh-oh. Somebody's messaging me. Let's see who it is. Probably Eric. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I was hoping everybody liked them. I thought they came out pretty good. I spent a good bit of time getting them the way I wanted them. You know, it was a little tricky getting everything just the way I wanted them. The last minute change was the airplane. I printed bigger planes, but they just didn't look right. So I went back. I had printed a sample of both, big one and little one, and then I decided to go back with the little ones. The big ones didn't look right. I didn't think they looked right. I'm trying to find a sample of the big ones that I didn't go with. I know they're laying here somewhere. Here they are. Yeah, so this was the bigger one. And, yeah, I just... they came out good. It's the same airplane. Just this was a bigger scale of it. But when I put it in his hand, which I think I have one of those. The defective one. Oh, that one's still got all the stuff on it. His hand didn't print. Oh, there's one down there. Is this a good one? Oh, this one's his leg broke off. Got a one-legged Bigfoot, yeah. Anyway, yeah, this it just didn't look right. I don't know. I guess the plane looked too big, because Bigfoot's supposed to be really big, and this made Bigfoot look smaller because the plane was so big. So I opted for the littler plane. I think that was the right call. So. Yeah, I'm sure you're right, Mike, and thank you about the trophies too. Again, I really wanted them to be good, so I did spend some time on those. It wasn't a wham bam and get it over with deal. I was working on them for weeks. So I'm getting all kinds of notifications here about something. Oh, Spencer started his Zoom. Okay. Okay. All right, good. Hey, David, what's up? Hi, Crystal. What are you guys doing? Everything good? I know you still hate Crystal because you couldn't go to Bigfoot. I'll take her. how many planes that Paul landed up? Oh, ended up purchasing. I don't know how many planes did he purchase. I didn't know he was buying planes. Well, what do you guys know? Let's. I want to hear some good stuff. How many more years does she have to work, David? I know you're retired, but what's her status? Paul got a lot for sure. About 20? She's going to work another 20, really? Yeah, Deb was going to quit yesterday when she went, or yeah, she was going to quit yesterday. She's ready to quit. So I told her, go, do it. Go for it. There's no reason to keep working now. If she stays till Christmas, she'll get a big bonus. But if you can't stand going to work anymore, then quit. Just be done with it. She was a late bloomer in her career. Oh, really? So I guess you're retired and you're collecting your pension, correct? So you're not 65 yet, are you? You're not 65, so you're not getting your Social Security yet, right? 51. Oh my God, you retired at 51. Oh my God. Okay, now I hate you. I'm gonna be 65 tomorrow, or later in the show tonight. If we go past midnight, yeah, tomorrow's my birthday. I'll be 65. So, and I'm hoping that I filed for disability because of the back surgeries I had. I don't think I can go back to work. I don't think that's going to happen. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I know. I know you don't get a big paycheck, but the benefits are good. You get a pension. You probably still get health care too, don't you? Thank you, Philip. Yeah, yeah. So you're pretty set, And then when you finally collect your Social Security with your pension, you're going to be doing really good. So, thank you for your service. God bless you, man. I'm so happy for you guys. I wish I had the foresight to think about a career back in the day when I should have been thinking about a career. Yeah, I really screwed that all up. So, um, were you ever a mean cop, or were you the good guy cop? I can't imagine you being a mean cop. You're just such a great guy. I just can't even picture you getting mad. Well, we got 8 in here right now, and I don't see but maybe 4 talking, but that's okay. You lurkers out there. I wonder if Rich is here. I stopped to see Rich more last week. Rich and Matt. Good for you, David. That's awesome to hear. Man, I love hearing that. That's just great. I've had some really great police. I get pulled over a lot. And I've had some really great, cops pull me over. And I've actually called their boss to tell them that. And they always say, well, so he didn't give you a ticket. No, he gave me the ticket. He says, he gave you the ticket and you're calling me to yeah. Yeah, he was good at his job. He did his job. He treated me with respect. Yeah, he was a great officer. And he gave me the ticket. Yeah, I'm still calling you to tell you what a great officer he is. And he says, well, that's a first. I never get called from a guy that got the ticket. So, got shot loads. I think they need to move Bigfoot up a month, so it's not so cold. Everybody was freezing last night. We were in a live Zoom last night, and everybody was freezing in the Zoom. At there, Kenny Rogers went, got in his van because his hands were freezing, and Dave Marshall disappeared right after. He was flying when we went live on the Zoom, and then he came over and talked to the camera for 5 minutes, and then he disappeared for the rest of the night. We never saw him again. Oh, where he went. and let's see, who else? I don't remember who else disappeared. It was, I think it was the other Dave. Disappeared also. I don't know where he went either. But anyway. So, what's everybody up to tonight? Any new sales going on? We're going to do a little search right here, right now. I'm going to see what's going on in the buy now. Maybe there's some Halloween sales going on. I don't know, but I'm going to check it out. I'm going to make a few inquiries here. See what's going on. All right, David, time to spend some money. The J65 from X-Fly, my jet that you love to fly, comes painted now, and it's supposed to have a better gyro in it, which I don't know why it needed that. It doesn't need a better gyro, but and it's only $529. That's the cheapest I've seen. It's been running at $549 forever. So they just lowered it again. We're almost back down to the pre-tariff price of $499. So $529 is pretty sweet deal. Let's see what else is on sale here at Banana Hobbies. $529 for a full painted plane now. It's not bare foam and paint. It's all paint. So the C-17 Globemaster is on sale for $299. That's I think that's got four. I think it's got four 40 millimeter fans. I think, Hang on a minute. Let me look at the. Let me see what it's. Yeah, 440 millimeter fans. Now, does it give me the wingspan right here, or maybe let me go to specifications and see what the wingspan is. Yeah, 1200. That's a little small for a plane that's that big. They should have made that one bigger. But yeah, that's going on right now, and I don't know what else they've got on sale. I think maybe the L39 still on sale for $199. They were down to $199 again. Let's see if I can find that real quick. See if they got any real good deals going on. No, that's back up. So that's the same price, $229. Yeah, that one went back up. It was $199 for a while there. Let's see what else is going on here. Any of you guys been in Tower Hobby Scratch and Dent? Anything new there? Oh, there's my MiG. They got it on sale again? Is it? It's still out of stock. Yeah, the 90 millimeter MiG is only $399. It's out of stock right now, but when they get that back in stock, I am going to buy that plane. It's a big MiG-17, and it's red and gray, so it's going to be beautiful in the air. Be easy to see it. Yeah, I've been waiting to grab that. I hope it's still $399 when they get it back in stock. I don't think I can. Can I pre-order it? Like, no, I can't put it in my cart and buy it. Damn it. All right, let me get back to the chat here and see what's going on. And we get caught up on the chat here. When you all right, Dave, I'm back you up a minute here because you only had 4 people on patrol at a time for your entire county. Is that right? Holy crap! Thank you, David. I appreciate you missing me. I wish I could have gone. Just got way too much going on right now here. I've got cars to fix for people and my own cars to service, and just don't. I just couldn't get away. I've just got way too much going on, and a new development on the new airplane hangar trailer. I'll give you that in a minute here. Let me just get caught up here. Which jet was that, Jeff? That Horizon was flying. What jet were you talking about? Wiggs, what's up? Good to see you, man. Your trailer and house are full. Trust me, they're never that full. There's always room for one more. Oh, I thought you were talking about Jeff. I thought you were talking. You put on your winter coat in the video. You didn't have your heavy coat with you because you made a comment about breaking out your winter coat. I will look for you there, Michael Bear. Good to see you, buddy. I'll see if I can find you either a 2200 or an 1800 on sale. Let me see what I can find for you. Miss the harmonica. Is that Skip Build is doing surface vehicles now? Is that right? Hey, I got plenty of surface vehicles. We can talk about surface if you want. I'm good with that. Hey, there's my brother. How you doing, Keith? Good to see you, man. Thank you. Oh, the airliner. Thank you, Jeff. Oh, yeah? Um, when's my brother's birthday? In June. Oh, you just had a light hoodie on. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's my first love also. I had RC cars um, after I started flying airplanes. I started flying airplanes at 13, and then I might have still been 13 when I bought my first RC car, which was a Tamiya Subaru Brat. But it was definitely after I already had my airplanes. I needed something to play with in the winter when the snow hit the ground. And that's when I... Thank you, David. Appreciate the birthday wish. Oh, and by the way, guys, I've got a Patreon in the description below if you guys want to send me a little birthday money. just saying. Yeah, so I bought a Subaru Brat to play with in the winter, and I'd sit on my bench in the living room. There was some kind of, it wasn't really a coffee table, like maybe it was, I guess. It was a long table, but I used to sit on that looking out the window, and I'd go put the Subaru Brat down in the snow on the walkway to the steps coming into the house, and then I'd come in and sit down on the bench, and then I'd run the car around in the snow until the battery got weak, and then I drove it back up to the steps and went out and got it. Because I hate the snow. So that was the way I had fun in the snow with RC. I did go to the field a couple times. We made snowmobiles out of pusher props on our nitro engines, and a tricycle layout with skis. I still have mine here somewhere. I actually soldered a ski together. It was made out of sheet metal. I think it was like copper or something I could solder on. And yeah, I made myself a set of skis, and it was fun. We had a good time with those. Yeah, Michael Bear. I really wish he had said that. That would be nice. Yeah, but Trump doesn't know the first thing about our foam airplanes. I wish he did, but yeah, he doesn't have the clue. So that's not high on his priority list. Okay, so hang on. Let me go look. Let me do one more search here real quick, and then I'm gonna update you on the trailer. Let's see what else we got going on here. All right, so tower. Now I'm not. I'm looking in the regular sales, not the scratch and dent. Let's see if there's anything here worth talking about. A couple of Mini Z cars. Surface. You guys want to talk about Surface? Not really, but yeah. All they got a bunch of Surface stuff on sale. Nothing too exciting. Wow. All right, let's do a better search than this. We only care about the stuff that's important, not all the jibbity jab. So let's see what we got here. They do have a lot of stuff on sale. Holy crap. Train stuff and RC car stuff. More train stuff. I don't see any airplane stuff in the regular sale items. Just a bunch of surface stuff and a lot of train stuff. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's go to the scratch and dent. See if they still have the same stuff on sale in the scratch and dent. Yeah. The Carbon Z is still available for $429, guys. That's amazing. And the the Waco biplane, $99. The UMX, that's a great deal. That's $80 off. The E-Flite Trojan, bind and fly, $249 instead of $379. So that's over $100 off. That's a good deal. They've got the stadium truck on sale, the Vortec. I actually bought that one. That's pretty nice. I think this is the brushless one, isn't it? Yeah, this is the brushless one. It's normally $369. It's on sale for $249. So there's another $120 off. And then they've got a couple airplanes. They've got the Turbo Timber Evolution. Yeah, it's $279. That's not bad. That includes floats, though. That's the float. $349 normally, $279 now. And let's see, they've got the Cherokee's on sale. It's $229. The Night Timber X is on sale, $249. And that the wood turbo timber, the 2-meter wood one, is on sale for $719 instead of $949. For you guys that wanted that one, I know some of you guys talked about that one. The Night Radiant, $199. The RV7, $219. And I think the last one I'm going to talk about is the Corsair, $299. That's the plug and play, $219 on sale. So yeah, some of that stuff's still good deals. Carbon Z is still the best, by far the best deal they've got, guys. Yeah, that's an amazing savings from 620 to $429. Awesome sale there. All right, so let me get back to the chat before I do some more checking around the globe here for what's out, and get caught up again here real quick. Let's see here. Oh, we had a midair today, huh? Oh, that sucks. Homeless in a McLaren. Yeah. Yeah, that would get 1 million views. Yeah, I like my Night Timber X. That's a good airplane. I really enjoy that one. Well, Bill, thank you, man. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. All right, so we're all caught up. Um, so I bought I bought the trailer. Some of you guys know about that, and it had a rebuilt title on it. Everything was fine. I checked it over really good, and everything's fine. Whatever was wrong with it, they fixed. So the trailer's fine. Everything worked. I even checked to make sure the water. I don't know for certain if there's a leak in the freshwater tank, but I do know that the pump works because I did fill the tank up, and I think I way overfilled it. So I think I was just getting bleed water pouring. But there might be a leak. I'm gonna have to get under it and check. I haven't done that yet, but I was able to turn the pump on and clear some air out of the lines, and the water pump works, and it shuts off when you stop the tap. It pressurizes and stops, and then as soon as you crack the tap, the pump starts running again. So that works perfect. Everything works fine. So I went to the tag office yesterday to get a tag for it, put it in my name, and and I only had 2 tags to deal with yesterday. Just the trailer tag, and title, and then the title for the Super Bee I bought a while ago. I decided to go ahead and get that, since I was going to the tag office. Anyway, I didn't get the tag for it because it's not drivable yet. I still have to fix the oil leak. I might get a look at that tomorrow finally. But anyway, was there an hour while the girl that I was working with did nothing but complain about how tired she was, and thank God it was Friday, and she wanted to go home, and oh my God. And then she's going to talk to this supervisor, and then over to that supervisor, and then back and over and back, and I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? And then she tells me she can't give me a tag to the trailer. I said, what do you mean you can't give? Why can't you give me a tag for the trailer? She says, well, you have to go get it inspected. It says rebuildable. Okay, what does that mean? I don't understand. What does that mean? Well, it means that it was totaled, and the tag was marked rebuildable. But now you have to go get. So I have to go get it inspected, and then come back, and you're going to give me another title that says it's rebuilt? Yeah. Why would you give me a title that says rebuildable? If it's not road legal, why do I need a title? Why would you make a title up for something that... I mean, if I go buy a wheelbarrow at Walmart, do I bring it in here to get a rebuildable title for it because it's not roadworthy? I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. Why would you issue a title for something that's not roadworthy? I mean, shouldn't you get it roadworthy first and then issue the title? And nobody could answer that question. They just looked at me like, well, we weren't there when they maybe you wanted it that way. Well, that doesn't explain why you would do that. Why would you issue a title to a trailer that's not been inspected and is now roadworthy? Why would I need a title for a trailer that's not roadworthy? I don't understand. So, Roach Coach, what's up? So anyway, so now I'm supposed to take it to Tampa without a tag on it, mind you. Now, because they just told me I have to drag it over there so they can inspect it. And they didn't issue me a temporary tag, so I can't. So I have to drive it on the road anyway without a tag to go get it inspected. So I got to call them and find out exactly what they want me to. What makes it roadworthy? What do I have to do? Give me the list of that you're going to look at to make sure it's roadworthy. All the lights work, everything works. I don't know what you want, so give me a list. So I'll call them Monday and find out what the hell. But so now I can't put a tag on it right now, which I'm not too concerned about. I've got 5 trailers here, and I never put a tag on any of them until, I guess it was, 2 years ago. when I bought the replacement trailer from the accident, when they totaled my other trailer, um, when I bought the new trailer, they went ahead and did the paperwork for the tag, and they mailed me a tag. So that's the only tag I have for a trailer out of all the trailers I have. That's the only one that actually has a legal tag on it. But I hauled them all over the country, and I took my car trailer all the way to Virginia. You know, I stopped in Georgia to pick up the lift, and then I went to Virginia to get a tailgate for the truck, and brought it all the way back with no tag on it. And well, actually, I did have the tag on it, but it broke off somewhere on the way up. So all the way home, I had no tag. You know, on the way up, I had 3D printed a tag holder, and it broke off to someplace. I don't know. I was checking it every stop on the way up, but someplace between North Carolina and Virginia, it came off. You know, the rest of it's still there, but it broke, and so I lost my tag. So I had to get a new tag, and anyway, but yeah, so I've been towing these trailers all over the country without tags, and I've only ever been stopped once. So, and it was a fix-it ticket, you know, $40 I think it was. That's cheaper than paying for a tag, and if I'd been paying for tags on 5 trailers for the last 20 years, I'm way ahead of the game. You know, for a $140 fine in 20 years with all these trailers, I'm doing really good. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I suppose I'm going to call and find out at least what they're, you know, what do I have to make sure is right before, you know, so if I bring it to you to inspect, that you'll be okay with it. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, the prop's right here. Yeah, Mike, I wouldn't deprive you of that. There you go. Yeah, there you see. So I'm here to make you guys happy. Whatever I can do. You missed the big zapper? Hey, we got one of those right here too. Hang on a minute. Where did I just see that? I just put that down somewhere. I mean, I got 4 of them. But yeah, I just moved one. Where did I move it to? No bugs in here, though. When I can put it up, but there ain't going to be any zapping going on. You know, this is an enclosed garage. It's not open like the other one was, so the bugs flew in and out at will. This one's not open, so they can't get in unless I have the door open. Yeah, I'll go get the zapper. Now it feels like home. There you go. Let me go get the zapper. It's right over here. There we go. Got to keep you guys entertained. So there's the zapper. Oh wait, let me maybe back here. I'll move this over here. I don't know. Let's put this over here. There we go. There we go. There you go. All right. Yeah, oh yeah, they were cheap. I forget how much these things were, but yeah, they were cheap. So I figured I keep one in the trailer to take to the flying field, sometimes 2. And I have one here in the room here. And then I had one, I think I had one in the house. Just in case you know, a fly or something got in there, we had one to go take a swing at him and kill that. So yeah, so it was yeah. Yeah. You know, Mike Bird, funny you should say that, because we were in a Zoom one night, and one of the guys in the Zoom was drunk, and we convinced him to do just that, to put his tongue on the zapper, and he did it. Oh my God, was that funny? What did I get myself for my birthday? Well, to be honest, I went and got today. Deb bought me, which was great actually. We really haven't been doing the gift thing anymore, and this was kind of an odd gift. You know, it wasn't like something I can play with, but she bought me a new electric skillet grill thing. You know, because I cook ribs in a skillet, an electric skillet. You know, I put water in there and I saute or simmer the ribs before I throw them on the grill. And so she bought me a new electric skillet, which I needed because mine was, you know, very old and it was too small for ribs. Actually, this one's a long one instead of a square. The other one was square. This one's long. So that was cool. But I just went to Harbor Freight and bought myself an oil change, 5-gallon can. You know, that has the adjustable spout with the funnel, so I can change the oil in my vehicles on my new lift. So yeah, I went and bought oil. I'm going to do an oil change in my truck tomorrow, and I got to do an oil change in my Impala tomorrow. And I might, if I feel up to it, I might do an oil change in the one Daytona tomorrow. So I've got some oil changes to do. So yeah, I went and got myself a 5-gallon drum oil bucket because I needed that. So that was good. It's going to be nice to be able to actually stand up under my vehicle, not lay in the grass or in the dirt, you know, and do an oil change. So I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be great. Yeah, I didn't buy any airplanes. I mean, I bought them all months ago. I bought all the planes. You know, I bought the extra 330. I bought the Husky. I bought the 80 millimeter F-16. I bought the SBD dive bomber. That's a wood plane, by the way. That's a Phoenix model wood plane, an ARF. I bought the Corsair from FMS. I bought the T-28 from FMS, and I bought the P-40 from FMS. And let's see what else. I think that's all the planes, isn't it? Oh, the Carbon Z T-20, the big Carbon Z T-28. I bought another one of those, and I've got that one laying here. I've got the F-16's done. That's all clear coated. They've got the extra 330 about half clear coated. Out of one can of paint so far. This I'm not crazy about the way this stuff lays down. This Verathon brand. I don't know. The Home Depot stopped carrying Minwax, and this is what they replaced it with. So it's a water-based polyurethane, just a different brand. It goes on kind of funny. I mean, it looks good when it's done. It comes out really smooth and everything. It's just so this is all clear coated, and you know it's well. There's a good example. You see how it's got kind of the splotchy clear, where it's shiny in some spots, and then not. That's kind of the way it goes on. And then sometimes it dries like that. Not always, but sometimes. Like this side's cleared, and it came out perfect. It's nice and smooth, and it doesn't have that splotchy look. So, you know, so it's doing the job. I mean, it's going to protect the airplane. And that splotchiness is barely... I mean, I have to get it in the light right to see it. And that's on the bottom of this elevator anyway, so nobody's going to see that. So I'm not too concerned about that. But, yeah. But I'd rather have the Minwax, so I probably won't buy another can of this. I'll probably go to Lowe's or someplace else. Maybe Ace Hardware will have the Minwax. So I think I'm going to go back to the Minwax, but in the meantime, I'm going to use up this can of whatever, this Verathon, because it's working. You bought an oil filter yesterday. And you're going to undercoat your Mustang? Are you? Yeah? All right. So yeah, I bought all those airplanes prior to my birthday, so I'll just count those as what I bought for my birthday. Well, I do believe it's temperature related. Yes, I think it does better when it's really warm. And I've been trying to spray it when it's really warm. But I think that elevator on the bottom, I sprayed that when it was already getting cooled out here. I think it was under 70 degrees when I shot that one. And as it was drying, of course, it was getting colder out here. So that I do think that's what happened on that. So I think you're right. I think the temperature was part of the problem. So I'll make sure it's warmer when I do there's more spraying. Probably do some spraying tomorrow while I'm doing oil changes. I'll come in here and put a coat on a couple of items and then go back out and work on the car. And yeah, so but yeah, I think you're right. I think temperature had a lot to do with it. You have to shake the can in the yeah. I'm left-handed, Jeff. So yeah, I always shake the can in my left hand. I'm left-handed. So anyway, so that's my update on the trailer. Still love the trailer. I've got 10 airplanes in it right now. The balcony, or the not really a balcony. What do they call that? The bed that's above the back of the trailer. I got I have three airplanes up there. My giant, super big Twin Otter, the Flex Twin Otter. That's 2,300 millimeter. And then I put the decathlons up there, and then my F100 Flex Super Saber jet. It's a 90 millimeter. It's a pretty big jet, and that's up there. So those three fit in the upstairs, bed area, perfect, no problem. And then I folded the other beds down, and I have three planes on each bed there, and then I have two planes under the bed. So let's see. Oh, that's more than 10. Let's see. That's 9, 10, 11, and then I have one plane on one of these stands. So yeah, that's 12 planes in the trailer. And that's not. I didn't make any racks yet to put planes in racks. Once I do that, it'll be more organized, and I can get a lot more airplanes in there. So I'm going to try to put some racks in the very back of the trailer on the sides, to put anything 1,200 or smaller, I think, and no jets. Because so the problem with the jet, guys, is the nose. The nose sticks so far out from the wing on the jet, where most of our other airplanes, there's not a big, giant nose sticking out in front of the propeller, or I mean, in front of the wing. There's a little bit, but not, jets usually have a very long nose, and that makes the plane sit way back off the wall. So you have to move the rack back, and then all the planes are back off the wall, and it just kind of, you lose a lot of center in the middle of the trailer space when you have to do that. So I'll probably just put propeller planes in the racks, and I think I can put 4 on each side. So that's another 8 planes on the sides. So that would bring the total to 20, but I probably wouldn't put all those planes. I might, could. So, maybe I would, but yeah, I probably wouldn't put all those planes, I'd have to move a few things around too, or maybe because I put the generator all the way in the back, and the tent is all the way in the back. Um, I could put the tent under the benches. I can't put the generator. The generator's too tall; it won't fit. But I could put the tent under the benches, so that's really not an issue. That wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I think the generator is really the only thing, and the cooler maybe. And the cooler might fit under the rack. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. That's yeah, it's good thinking. You guys made me think here. Yeah, I might have to do that. You're there for 5 days. Where the hell are you for 5 days? What hotel are you staying in? Where are you at? Yeah, that's just a Saturday night, right?
Getting through it.
I'm looking at Hobby Zone. See what they got on sale right now. Roll into RC Blowout up to $150 off. All right. Let's see what they got on sale. So this stuff's all on sale for October. Well, not too much. Yeah, wow, this is a pretty lame sale. Wow. All right. They had a great sale last month. This is pretty lame. They got the Hanger 9 J3 Cub on sale. 90 bucks off. Your favorite airplane, the Aero Scout. That's 50 bucks off. The UMX Ultra Stick. That's 50 bucks off. The Hobby Zone Champ is 20 bucks off. And then one of those silly counter-rotating helicopters are 20 bucks off. And then the motorcycles are on sale from Losi. 150 bucks off either one. The MX Pro circuit, which is normally, well, they're both $599 on sale for $449. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. Both of them are green too on what they're showing here. So, and they both come with the battery and the charger. It's the combo. So I don't know what they're showing there. Two different ones that, you know, One says MX Pro and the other one just says, well, I guess it's a promo. I don't know. I don't understand that one. Maybe the green one's the only one they have on sale. I don't know. And then we got a bunch of smart batteries, smart chargers, and a Spectrum NX8 on sale. That's it. So that's not very impressive. Very disappointing on that. That's usually Hobby Zone does better than that. That's not their, definitely not their greatest moment on sales. That's for sure. Um, Looking at their highlighted stuff real quick to see if there's anything there that I missed in the. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no, that's nothing. That's nothing. No. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, not much. That's pretty disappointing. All right, we'll get back to that in a minute. Let me get back to the Zoom here, or the chat, I mean. So, the fool thought he was going to park your car, huh? Wait, you were at some ritzy place where it had valet parking? Yeah, yeah. No, 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 not happening. You're not parking my car. Oh, is that the difference, Phil? Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So one's got street tires, the other one's got dirt tires. So I would have never saw that or figured that out. So thank you for that. That was very helpful. Yeah. So yeah. So other than that, let's see. I have not. I finally got the one car. Well, I mean the AC clutch is all done. I still have to put this stupid little button. Now I 3D I bought this one. This is the Honda replacement button. It's made out of a nylon, and it's this white, clear white kind of. Uh, it's got a pointy end. You're supposed to push it through the hole. It's got a shoulder with a, and I couldn't get it to go through. I 3D printed myself one out of blue, and so it's exactly, they're exactly the same size. Oh, well, you can't see that. Let me, here, I'll do it this way. Um, so, yeah, I printed the blue one, the white one I bought. Couldn't get either one of them to go through the hole. So I took a razor blade and I started whittling two flat spots on this one so that I could push it into the hole this way, and then maybe it'll snap in. But it's not going to fall out if I get it in. So we'll try that and get the brake light switch fixed. That's a silly, really silly problem, but that should fix it. And then I just have some stickers to clean off for her, and then there's two window moldings in the trunk that she wants me to snap back on. So, Yeah, you looked 14, yeah. Oh, so it's supposed to have some upgrades too, huh? Okay. You know, the guy that owns my flying field bow, he bought one of those. He had it out the field. He let me drive it around. It's pretty cool. I got to tell you, I would buy one if the price was better, but I just don't see it worth $500. That's just crazy. You know, I don't like it that much. But if it was cheaper, 250 somewhere around there, I might buy it. But yeah, 500. I would spend it on an airplane before I'd spend $500 on a moto bike. I just don't. I don't play that much with my surface stuff. To be honest, I just don't. I got a ton of it and I keep buying it. Just because it's if it's on sale, I gotta have it. So I'll I keep buying surface stuff, and I'm not sorry I buy it, but I still don't play with it. I've got all this brand new surface stuff, and I just don't play with any of it. Uh, Sometimes I always have stuff in the truck in the truck, or the trailer at the field, and I play with them there. If I'm taking a break from flying, I'll fire up the Vortec truck or the what was the other one I bought? The stadium truck. Um, I bought and I've got three. Two of these little buggies, and I got two of the really tiny FMS trucks. And they're always in the truck, and there's always one of them is always charged, at least one. So I'll throw one on charge, go play with one, and I do use them out at the flying field. But when I'm here, hell, I'm too busy. I don't have time to fart around with that stuff, and it's not much fun by yourself. So, but if anybody ever came over, I can. I have one to hand them. I've got plenty. So, yeah, whatever. You want to run a truck? Here, take this one. uh, what are you driving, Mike? I'm not familiar with what you bought. What did you buy? Oh, didn't you buy a BMW M series or something? What the hell did you buy? I vaguely remember now. You'd bought something. What was it? I think right now I'm enjoying the lift. Um, a few cars ago, that one, McLaren, an Atria. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that what you're driving now, though, or what are you driving now? You bought something new. Yeah, he's kind of reliant. No, he's got a Suzuki X90. Is that what you were buying, Michael? Michael Bear? The Suzuki X90 or something? I forget what that thing was. The one that was parked next to the dumpster when it really belonged in the dumpster. Yeah, I stopped at a gas station today and there was a Honda your truck. I can't remember the name of it. Hang on a minute, I'll think of it. Damn, I can't remember the name of that truck now. It's not the Passport. Yeah, the X90 is hard to find. I wonder why. They all passed away years ago. That's why. Oh, damn. Craig Beaven, what's up? How you doing, man? The Ridgeline, that's what it was. Yeah, I saw a white Ridgeline in the gas station. I said, "Hey, there's Michael Bear." I did go buy some wheels yesterday. There was a guy selling a set of chrome 20-inch Dodge. You know, it's a very universal. It came on the Challenger, the Charger, the Magnum. Um, what else did they put that on? It's a nice looking. It looks very similar to the stock wheel that came on the Super Bee. Very slight difference. And the Super Bee wheel has SRT stamped into one of the spokes. This one doesn't have that, but it's very similar looking. And the guy wanted. They came with tires, although two of the tires are brand new. Two of the tires are completely shredded. That the cords are showing. He wanted 350. He took 240. So I bought four wheels with tires, and that with minimal damage. There's just a tiny bit of rash on them on the very edge that you can't even see. And yeah, I got them for 240. So I bought those for. I'm either going to put. Well, I'm probably going to put two drag radials on a pair for the drag strip, and then the other two I'll probably put road race tires on. They're 245. They're 245 45 20. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they were. Yeah, so I'll probably put two road tires on the front and two drag radials on the rear, so I can put those on when I go racing. Go to the drag strip or go to an autocross. So that's why I bought them. I wanted for that price. I couldn't go wrong. My God, these wheels retail for $600 a piece. To get all four of them for 240 is pretty good deal. So. Yeah, so the guy I bought these wheels off of has a Daytona like mine, same year, color, yellow, and he's got it slammed on the ground. And I'm like, and he's got 22s on it. That's why he was selling these 20s, because he put 22s on it. And I don't think he's got 4 inches of clearance from the side skirt and the road. And I said, how do you get over speed bumps with that? And he says, you'd be surprised if I just crawl over them. He said they don't even touch. So yeah, but as long as I crawl, and then if it's a really tall one, he says, yeah, that on those I have to kind of diagonal over them to get to keep it from rubbing. But he says it's really not that bad. I thought he had it on airbags, and they were, he just let the air out. He says no, they're not on bags. He says that's the ride height, and I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, that was crazy. Where do you have your wheels listed, Philip? What are gumbos, Craig? What are you referring to as a gumbo? Yeah, press the lift button. Oh, yeah, I'm on Marketplace where you are, yeah. Yeah, it's Marketplace. I'm really just about ready to get off Facebook completely. I am so sick of the bullshit. Not just in the ads in Marketplace, but there's a lot of that's bullshit too. I've been talking to a different guy about wheels, and he won't respond. And I also talking to another guy about a car, a wagon I want to get, and he won't respond. So I don't understand why people put an item up for sale and then they don't when you ask them about it, they won't talk to you. I mean, how do they expect to sell it if they're not going to talk to you when people are going to have questions. It's just part of selling something. And nobody wants to answer questions. They just think they're giving it away, and you should be happy to get it, I guess. I don't know. So this guy's telling me these other wheels I'm looking at. He's going to take some pictures, but he hasn't done that. Still waiting on that. And then I haven't talked to this guy yet. I sent him a message yesterday or 2 days ago. I forget now. About a station wagon that I'm looking at. He won't answer. I finally gave up on the jerk off with the Go Mango Charger that I wanted. He's just a total dickhead. He won't answer any of my questions. I gave him my phone number. He won't call me. And then I tell him I need an address, and he gives me the address to a Circle K gas station down the road. And so he pissed me off enough that I actually found the car where he's got the car at his work on Google Earth, and then I looked up his county records where his house was. So I sent him a message. Listen, you jackass, I know where the car is. It's at Best Truck Inc. at this address. I assume you work there. So I know where the car is, and I know where you live at Fox Lane, something Fox Lane, da-da-da. So I don't know what game you're playing, but if you want to sell me the car now, you can put it on a trailer and bring it to me. That's where I left it. I said, you have my number, and that was where I left it. So, anyway, I'm so sick of the bullshit. Yeah, Craig, well, that's what the drag radials are. They're very sticky compound tires that everybody's going to now. As a matter of fact, Steve Morris Racing has a 6-second quarter mile station wagon, like the one I'm trying to buy. That he's running. He used to run this 15-inch, I think it's 36-inch tall, full blown slick, and he's just gone to the drag radial because everybody that's going fast now is on drag radials. It's amazing. I cannot believe when I was at Sick Week in February down here at Bradenton, this guy on a Mustang on drag radials was killing all the big tire cars. I mean, killing it. They weren't even in the same ballpark. He was running 620s all day consistently on drag radials, and these guys are running full slicks. I used to run full slicks. That's what I have for my car, and I'm replacing them with drag radials. The slicks, the radials are just doing better. Everybody's going to them. They just can't. God, they're so consistent. So even Steve Morris, his wife's car that he's building is quicker than his wagon, and it's on drag radials, and it's killing it. You know, so So he's convinced finally to go to drag radials. So he's not going to have these gigundo tires on the back of the wagon anymore. He's just going to put a drag radial on it. So yeah, it's amazing how good the drag radials are working now. We've had experience with them in the past. They work, but they've never been this good. They've really come up with, technology has just really worked. I don't know what everybody's going to war over. I mean, what does that accomplish other than getting a whole bunch of people killed and wasting a lot of money? Work it out. It can't be that hard to work it out. I don't know. I don't understand what all the war is about. I know when we had the chance to bomb Iran when 9/11 happened, we should have. We should have just wiped them off the earth. That would have been the end of that. But, yeah, I don't know. Make love, not war. That's my saying. We don't need more war. Well, yes and no. I'm a nitrous guy. I've been running nitrous for 20 years. I've got it down to a science. I know how to make a car go fast on nitrous, safely, And so I like the car I've been drag racing is my '95 Impala. I have 4 of those cars, but the '95 has been the drag car and the autocross car for the most part. But the '96, I do both with the '96 also. I'll drag race it and autocross it. Now they're both different setups. Both motors are stock. Right now, I did have a set of rockers on the Impala motor, but when I swapped out the motor, I didn't swap over the rockers. So the rockers are on the other motor that I took out, and I got to get around to pulling them and putting them on this motor. But a little bit more lift, or I think they go from a 1.5 up to a 1.6 lift on the rocker arms, and they're roller tip rockers. I believe they're Crane, I believe, but they're not on the motor right now. Underdrive pulley to take some of the load off the alternator, and that's all I've done to the motor. Other than a good tune. I do my own tuning, so I retune the motor a little bit. Nothing drastic, but just enough to make sure I don't get any knock that pulls timing, because you in a quarter-mile run, you'll never get the timing back. If it knocks at all and pulls timing, you're done, because it'll come back, but the race will be over before you get it all back. So you really just don't want that to happen at all. So I'll usually run a higher octane fuel at the drag strip, and I've already got it tuned to not knock on regular gas. So that's just a little extra insurance that it won't knock. And then a bunch of nitrous. I'm running a 2-stage nitrous system now, and I just bought another one from Jegs, so I've got a third bottle to put in the car now. And I'll tell you the difference. Why? See, this is what I've learned over the years. You can run a 150, even a 200 shot on one bottle, but you're not going to get a 200 shot down the entire length of the track, because you're using so much nitrous on the launch that by the time you get to half track, your bottle pressure is down so far from losing that much nitrous that you're probably only at about a 150 shot by the time you're at half track, and then by the time you get to the top end, you're down to maybe 125, maybe 100 shot. So you're not going to get a good consistent run. So what happens is you see good ET times, but your mile an hour is way off, because the car's not accelerating on the same curve that it would be if it kept that 200 shot entire the whole track. So now what I do is I usually my best launches have been just gasoline, just regular gas. I'm not running race gas. Just normally 89, 87, 89, and then I'll put like 93 if I can get it for the track. I really don't worry too much about that. So I have my first two MSD window switches set. One's at a 125 shot, and the other one's set at 75. And depending on track conditions, I'll either launch on the 75 if it's slippery, or if traction's really good, I'll launch on the 125. And then within a second after the launch, the other bottle kicks in. So it's either going from 125 plus 75, or going from 75 to plus 125 on the launch. And then the third bottle comes in about half track, another 75, because those two bottles are depleting. So I'm coming in with another 75 to overcome what's being depleted out of the first two bottles, so that I can run all the way out the top end at about a 200 shot. And so yeah, that's the way, the best way to run nitrous. You can do it on one bottle, but it's not going to work. You need 2 or 3. If you're going to do 1/8 mile, 1 or 2 bottles plenty. But if you're doing quarter mile, and you're running a big shot, now if you're only running a 50 shot, like most of the guys that run turbos or superchargers, only run a 50 or a 75 shot into the supercharger, which just increases the pressure and the coldness of the air like 5 times over. So they don't need a big shot to run it with that because it's just a multiplier for what they're already running. Yep, I spray all the way down the whole run. Yep. So that's why I need 3 bottles to get consistent all the way down the whole run. I'm only running about a 200 shot, but it's going to be a 200 shot now from start to finish, where before it was not. And I had great 60-foot times, and my 330-foot and even my 1/8 mile time was great, even though the mile an hour was down. But by the time I get to the quarter mile, my ET is depleted so much it's not the right curve. It should be going a lot faster and with a lot quicker time. And that's what the extra bottles are going to do now. They're going to fix that problem. So I'm still going to run a 200 shot, but now I'm going to get a 200 shot all the way down the track instead of a depleting shot as I'm going. So I'm going to see some really good times, and you're going to get to see those because when I get the new channel up, I've already got 5 YouTube channels, but they're not. The other ones are all backup channels that I put different kind of stuff on. But I'm going to turn one of those into probably Hanger 51 Garage, and and then and all my videos. There's already autocross videos out there on that channel, and there's one drag race out there. It's actually my very first nitrous pass. I was only running a 150 shot. Again, one bottle, 150 shot, and it ran a 1249 at I think 100 and only like 109, maybe 111, something like that. I think it was. So that's how, and I didn't figure that out back then. But I've over the years I learned, what I was doing wrong. So what the car runs right now is about it's running 1190 at like 120, which is still way off. The mile an hour is way off. It should be closer to 130, 135. No, I don't get free postings with 5. They're free anyway. They're all free. Yeah, we're gonna see. The one thing that was really great though is my eighth mile times were amazing. I was running 619 in the eighth, which is way quicker than what a 12:0 in the quarter. I mean, that's how I started. Like, why am I so damn slow? What am I doing wrong here? I finally figured it out. So yeah, my eighth mile times are going to go right into the 5s now, which is very quick, especially for a 4,000-pound car. That is very quick. So yeah, I'll be in the 5s. Roy, what's up? How you doing, man? So I'll be in the 5s in the 8th and definitely in the 10s in the quarter. With a good mile an hour now, which I didn't have before. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I've got an 8th mile track right here. So it just opened. It's only been open. Well, I think they've been open about 8 months now. Not quite a year yet. And I haven't been over there yet because I'm just too busy, and none of my cars are ready to race at the moment. They all have little minor things that I need to work on, and I need to buy new tires. My tires are old. It's time for new tires, and so I'm getting ready to go do that. So yeah, so I can't wait to. Yeah, I got a slate oil week on the Daytona, so I have to fix that because they'll catch it in tech and they won't let me run. Yeah, they might not catch it. It's a very, very slow drip, so I don't know that it would drip. Well, my luck, it'll drip right while they look under the car, and then they'll say, nope, you got an oil leak, you can't run. And so I've got to fix that oil leak. I believe it's just a rocker cover that's leaking. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And then the Impala, I'm still fighting with the tranny shop about getting my tranny right, because they didn't fix my tranny. They didn't reseal my tranny. They built another tranny and gave it to me. It's all wrong. It doesn't have the shift kit in it. It doesn't have the Kevlar band in it. It doesn't have the Eagle clutches in it. The tranny I gave them was built for racing, and the one I got back is not that. And so they keep telling me they're going to fix it, and I'm still waiting. So that's not really ready to go either right now. But I need to buy new tires because the wheels aren't interchangeable. So I'm going to have to buy a set of slicks for the Impala and a set of slicks for the Daytona, the Dodge. So which is not a problem. I can do the tires. That's not a big deal. It's just fixing the cars right now to get them ready to go. Right now, I was running 118 in the quarter, but that's, like I said, that's way off. It should be in the 135 range. So with the extra bottle now that I just bought, will get me there. So it's going to be about 135. Um, and honestly, I can't go that fast legally anyway. If I go to Bradenton, they're not that strict over here at Leadfoot, the new one that just opened. But if I go down there and run a 10, I can't run faster than 11:49, I think it is, without putting a roll cage in the car. And these are street cars. These aren't race cars, you know. My Impala SS, the '95 Chevy Impala SS. You know, so I'm not putting a roll cage in it. Um, the I did put a roll cage in it once, and I kept telling my buddy to do this, and he wouldn't do it. Um, he had a 10-second car, and he kept getting thrown out because he'd run a few runs, you know, without the nitrous and stay under the under the number, but then at the last one or two runs of the night, he would go full bore and be way too fast without having a cage. And they when he came through tech, they'd say, "You're done for the night." And then after that, they just knew who he was. So when he showed up, no cage, they just, never mind, you're not running. You know, they won't let him run. You want to see 12-second time slips? Yeah, I can go get you that. I think I know where they are. Better yet, I can give you a 12-second video. How about that? Hang on a second. Let me go find a 12-second video I'll put up for you. Let me, I think... And I'm racing a Corvette, and I just killed that guy. Wasn't even close. It was ridiculous. Hang on a minute. It's a pretty good video. Let me find it. Okay, yeah, I got a couple videos I can put up here. Hang on a minute. I got a couple autocross videos I can put up. I'm gonna put the links, and you guys can go watch the videos. Okay, so the first one I'm gonna show you. This is my car racing a Corvette. This was the very, very first nitrous pass I ever made on this car. So this is only a 150 shot. And I hadn't tuned for it yet, so it's not. This was not my. I'm way faster than this now. So let me. Hang on a minute. Let me put this one up. Okay, so go watch that one. Everybody go watch that, and then everybody comment on it. I haven't done anything in the motor. The motor's stock. It's a Corvette motor, but it's a... Listen, there's a difference between a Corvette motor that's in a Corvette and a Corvette motor that's in an Impala SS. They're not the same motor. Okay? The Corvette motor in a Corvette has aluminum heads, and the Corvette motor that's in an Impala SS has iron heads. And the iron heads have different valving in them to create more torque. So the Impala, the Ironhead Corvette motor has 330 foot-pounds of torque, and that's what you need if you're trying to run, a big heavy car. You need torque. So that was the difference between an Ironhead Impala LT1 and an aluminum head RT1, LT1. So So yeah, I didn't that motor in that pass is not modified. And then for a while I had just done roller rockers, 1.6, so a little bit higher lift rockers. Um, yeah, I'm the driver. Absolutely. Yep, I'm driving it. And then Charlie McDaniels. Charlie McDaniels. Do I know you? That name sounds familiar. Um, yeah, and that, like I said, that was the very first nitrous pass. You know, that was my very first nitrous run. So um, I've come a long way since then. Learned a lot over the years. That was back in, I think, '03. I think is when that run was done, if I remember right. That was a 158 60 foot, guys. That's how quick this car launches. You know, a 158 60 foot on a 4,000 pound car is pretty damn impressive. So, yeah, the car's it's a lot of fun to race. I love this car. That's why I have four of them. I don't know if the Dodges are going to be fun to race yet, and I haven't had done any of that yet. I like driving it, and it's pretty. I like the car. So, um, yeah, 110 mile an hour. Yeah, back then. See, like I said, it's going to be in the 130s now with the extra nitrous. So, so that's going to be a big difference. All right, so let me show you. Let me grab an autocross. I'll show you what the car does at an autocross. I don't know. I got a bunch of autocrosses, but most of them are in-car camera autocrossing. But let me see if I can find an out-of-car. Well, you know what? Hang on a minute. Let me go to that channel. Let's see what's on the channel. So hang on a second. Let me go. All right. Now this, if you guys are watching this on a phone, you're going to miss a lot of the funny part of this, but um, because I suction cupped a Garfield uh, stuffed animal to the windshield, and um, the guy the camera that was I was using somebody else's camera, and when he edited it, he's got Garfield talking. So you have to stop it, and but you're not gonna be able to see it on on a phone. The text will be too small. But if you're on a computer or a big TV, he'll have to freeze frame the start of this video and read what Garfield's saying on the windshield. It's pretty funny. So, and this is several runs. This is at the Brooksville Autocross. This is an airport runway that they don't use as a runway anymore. So let me put this up. So this is several. I think there's 5 autocrosses on this, and the last one I'm in full drift mode. I think the very last run, I lost. I went in too hot, the back end got loose and I just powered around it. So I'm in full drift mode. And there's a camera on the side of the car and a car in the car and a camera on the front of the car, I think. So you're getting 3 views in one. And you can see me, in the last one, you can see me totally counter steering around the turn because I'm in total drift mode. And so that's pretty good entertainment there too. So watch that one. Let me know what you think of that. But yeah, the car's a lot of fun to autocross too. You just can't believe how much fun that big ass car is to drive. You know, the one guy that was more impressed with it than anybody was a 7-time national champion at SCCA at Lincoln, Nebraska, and he wanted to drive the car, and I let him drive it, and he came back with the biggest smile on his face and asked if he could go again. I said, "Yeah, go ahead." He just couldn't believe it. He loved it. Thank you, Charlie. Have you been here before? Do I know you? Your name sounds familiar. I'm curious. Oh, no more headaches. Yeah, that's always good. Your nephew's dad had a P1? Really? Oh my God. Damn. When I was doing a lot of flight shows. Oh yeah? Huh. You mean the real flight shows or what? Interesting. So that video is a little long, but entertaining. So I'm sure you guys are still watching it. So, but yeah, I know if you're playing the audio, but when the girl was riding in, because there's always somebody riding with me almost every run because everybody wants to ride in the Impala, and this girl was in the passenger seat, and when she got out of the car and Kevin told her that she could go again, she ran away. Yeah, okay, I spun out on that run. I got a little loose and I spun out on that one. And I guess I scared her because she didn't want to go again. So, anyway, it was funny. So I've never, well, I can't say that. I have won a couple of autocrosses, but there's different level of autocrossing. So our local event is open to any car, anybody, and we don't have classes. We just all lumped into one big happy family, and we just have fun. It's a very relaxed. You work. You have one. We break it up in threes. So you race, you work, and then you watch, or you start by watching and then you race, then you work, or we rotate. So everybody gets, a free time to just watch. Everybody has to work, which, is just shagging cones. If somebody hits a cone, you run out and put it back. That's all. And, it's not like you get to watch while you're working. So that's not really. And then you've got one where you're not doing anything. You can just sit by the side and watch or go eat lunch or whatever you want to do. And we always have a lunch, so part of your entry fee is your lunch. And we either get pizzas or we have a place bring us a lunch that consists of like a sub sandwich, a bag of chips, and a drink, and that's all included in your entry. So, oh wow, that was awful nice, Mike. Wow. Yeah, yeah. The woman got out and ran away fast. Yeah. So, Mike Nolan, hey, good to see you, man. Yeah. So anyway, um, so those are a couple of the videos. I've got more. I've got some out of the car sideline camera stuff. I don't have any of those videos up yet. I'll have to load those. Um, but yeah, the car's pretty impressive. And it just depends on the course. So I've won a couple of the local events, because it was just fun run stuff. But there was one day where we had a course that was set up. They always give it a name, and this particular course was called the Corkscrew, and it was a lot of stop and go, literally a U-turn, and you had to almost stop, go around the turn, and then accelerate out, and it was a whole lot of that, which is where my car shines because it launches so good out of the corners because of all the torque. That this was my wheelhouse. This is where that car ran outstanding. So the guy was talking about the 7-time SCCA national champion's name is Danny Shield. And Danny is a great guy, and he runs with us, all our fun runs and stuff, and he teaches us a lot. So he's a great guy, and he's taught us all how to drive better, and so we've all learned from his experience, and it's I can't thank him enough. He's just a great guy. So that this particular day, Danny comes in he wins every time. We it's a big joke, but we have the Danny Shield Award for anyone named Danny Shields because he always wins. And then we have the first place for anyone not named Danny Shield Award. And we just have fun with that because we just, he's nearest thing to a celebrity in the autocross world. So yeah, we really respect the guy and can't thank him enough for everything he's done for us. So this particular day, Danny, instead of he's brought a neon, Dodge Neon AC, what do they call it? An ACR autocross race. I think that's what it's called. They used to make a special neon that was called an ACR autocross race, and he had one of those. He has a Porsche 944. He brings that sometimes. He's got a Porsche Boxster X, Porsche Boxster S. It's supercharged. He brings that sometimes, and a Mini Cooper. He's got one of those. He brings. So he comes with whatever he feels like driving that day, and he always wins. So it doesn't matter what he drives. He always wins. So this particular day, he brought the Porsche Boxster S, and I was in the Impala, and Danny and I were trading the lead all day long. I beat his time, then he beat my time. The third place car was 3 seconds behind us. That's how far Danny and I were over the rest of the field. The guy in third place was a full 3 seconds slower than us. So Danny and I were having a real battle. I mean, it was amazing, and everybody was going crazy, and so Danny and I were both going crazy too, because we're both just dumbfounded that Impala is running this good against the Porsche Boxster S. We just can't believe it. We're like, what the hell is going on? I'm like, and I was kidding Danny. I said, well, you taught me everything you know, I guess. He's like, you're done. I'm not teaching you anything else. It's okay. So anyway, I had him, my last run, I was in first place. I took the lead by thousandths of a second. And then his last run, he beat me by, I think it was 5 ten-thousandths of a second. It was that close. So he comes over after that, and he just says, Kenny, if I'd have lost to you today, the Porsche Club would have disowned me. I started laughing. And then he asked me if he could drive the car. And I said, yeah, go. Yeah, sure. Because we always have fun runs after the event's over. And he took it for a run, and he come back, and he says, oh, my God, this thing turns. I said, yeah, I know. He says, can I go again? I said, yeah, go. So Danny was a great guy. I love him. I haven't seen him in a while because I've been out of the autocross game for a while now. We've had a lot of trouble keeping a place to run. The airport, they work with us until a new manager comes in, and then he doesn't want us there, liability, blah, blah, whatever. And we get booted out, and then the next manager comes in, and now we're back. And I think currently we're out right now of there. And then the dog track in Tampa has a giant parking lot they don't use, so they were letting us use that for a while. Same thing, new manager, no, you guys can't run here anymore. And then we used to run at the Allstate campus down in St. Pete. It's a college down there, and it's a pretty small autocross. I mean, it's good enough. It works. We're not complaining, but it's a smaller venue, and it's a training ground for the police. So they have police cars down there, and they teach everybody how to do the pit maneuver, and and they basically set up cones to look like traffic intersections and stuff. And they go down there and teach people how to drive, as a professional officer. Yeah, I haven't taken my car down there yet. I don't know if I'm gonna or not. I've been going to Bradenton for years, way before Cletus was even on the map down here. As a matter of fact, Cletus's manager, or one of his managers, his name's Alan. And Alan, back when I was racing down at Bradenton all the time, I didn't know this at the time. I just found this out. Alan used to own Bradenton's the drag strip. Now the drag strip and the oval track are separate properties. They're and they've always been owned by two different people. And I don't think it's ever been owned. Both of them been owned by one person. I don't believe that's and that's true right now. Cletus only owns the oval track, and now he's half owner of the drag strip. Him and I think his name's Victor. Are now partners. Yeah, Alan flies RC. You're right. Yep, he does. So you know him. That's where I met him. It was flying RC, and we got talking, and then he told me. Yes, Alan's the airplane guy. Yes, that's true. Yeah, every time Cletus gets a new RC airplane, Alan was involved. Yep. So I have Alan's number, and we fly at the same field, and not my normal field. There's a field off of 54, which is close to where he lives. So we can go down there and fly together. So anyway, back when I was running the Impala down at Bradenton, Alan owned Bradenton. I didn't know that. When we were on the phone one day talking, he told me that. And I said, you're kidding. And he goes, no, yeah, I used to own it. I said, oh, shit. So anyway, So yeah, that day was a big day for me. Anyway, I to be that competitive. Now I was down at a track in Fort Myers. It's another runway, and it's a mile long, and we used the whole runway. Yeah, right, Mike. So we're down there, and they always run what they call they open the season, the SCCA season, up with a Pro Solo 2, and what that is you're on two mirror tracks. Okay, so you start and you go, and you're doing exactly the opposite on the two tracks, and then you run the one side, and then you flip and run the other side, and that's one run. The combined time of the two, one on each side, is one run. So this particular day, and they don't have the SCCA. Now we're talking classes. So they don't have a class for a 4,000-pound four-door car. So the only class they can put me in is F stock, and F stock is Camaros and Mustangs. And that's stock. You can't put it. You can't modify it. You have to run it. So that's the only place they can put me. So, how competitive am I going to be against that? Well, I'm competitive. I'm not embarrassing. I mean, I'm within tenths of a second. I'm not way out. But I'm close. But I'm not going to win. Autocrosses are won by thousandths of a second. And I'm just a little bit out of that, but I'm not embarrassing at all. And then this one day I was down there, and the one guy in a Mustang kept coning the second course, the right hand course, and that's a 2-second penalty. Well, I'm ahead of him. I'm beating him because he keeps hitting the same damn cone on each run. So he gets a 2-second penalty, and I'm killing him. So I go up to the board, and I'm just looking at the time, and all the score sheets are up there. So you don't know what score sheet you're looking at. Every class is on the board. So we're just looking, at the scoreboard. I'm looking at it, and this guy walks up, and he's looking at it. I don't know who he is. He doesn't know who I am. We're just looking at the board. No big deal. And then this other guy comes up and puts his arm around this guy and says, "Mark, can I call you a cab? Because he's faster than you." When I start laughing, they look at me and "Are you driving the Impala?" I said, "Yeah." And it's just like, dude, that thing is fucking awesome. Oh my God. I would have never believed that car could go that fast. I said, "Yeah, it's a lot of fun." He says, "Oh my God, that is awesome." I said, "I'm not going to win, but he says, "Oh my God, you're winning the popularity contest by far. Everybody's in love with your car. That's all anybody's talking about is how fast the Impala is. We might as well have gone home." I mean, nobody's talking about our stuff. Your car's the only thing anybody's talking about. So, just like, anyway, so that was a fun day too. I have a lot of stories like that. Fun with the car. It's like I said, I'm not doing a lot of winning, and especially at a regular SCCA event, I'm not going to win there. But I'm certainly not embarrassing myself, and I have a great time. So, and that's what really matters. So, a lot of fun. Yeah, that flying field's right next door to the track. And his shop is a little farther down, and oh, by the way, his shop is gated. The entrance to the road that goes to the shop has a closed gate, so you can't just drive down there and go down and see him, or hire the shop. That shop's not there to do work on people's cars. That's their own playground, and it's private. So there's a locked gate that you can't get through. So unless you want to follow, if they order pizza and you want to follow the pizza truck in or something, but in general, you just can't go down there and drive in. It's blocked off. So yeah, that's not a regular repair shop. They're not working on anybody's stuff but their own. These guys, Ty and Zach, and Jimmy, they're all down there getting paid to play with their own cars, to build race cars for themselves, as a group. So God bless them, man. What a life! I would love to be part of that. That would be so much fun. Um, yeah. Ryan's doing his surface thing, and I'll be honest with you. Most of the guys, if not all, I think all of the guys that were in his show tonight are none of the guys that were ever in our airplane show. And I know a few of you guys pop over there. I think Jeff in Little Alabama will pop over and back. But his crowd is not interfering with my crowd, and my crowd's not really interfering with his, because the surface guys are not airplane guys, and the airplane guys here that go over there, like Jeff in Laurel, Alabama. If you're still here, do you have any surface stuff at all? Because I know you go over to see Ryan's show because you know Ryan, and I understand that, but I don't know that you have any surface stuff. I've never seen you, play with anything. I would think you chase the dog around. But anyway, yeah. So, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm a first and foremost an aviation guy. That this has been, since 1973. This has been what I do. And then when I was old enough to drive in '76, I started racing cars. I mean, the day I got my license, I went to the drag strip. So I've been doing this for 52 years. I've been racing for 49 years, I think. And then I've been 3D printing for, I don't know, about 10 years, but not really. I didn't start really 3D printing until about 2 years ago, because the old machine over there that was worthless. When I look back at that machine, I was just like, God, that thing was such a piece of crap. Compared to what these things put out now, is amazing. So yeah. So I've got probably more. You guys know I have like 170 airplanes. I probably have more surface vehicles than airplanes, but most of my surface stuff is toy grade. I didn't buy a lot of hobby grade stuff. I would go to Walmart, Toys R Us, and buy these really cool looking toy cars, and buy those because they're real cheap, and and they're fun, but I have plenty of hobby grade stuff, RC10. When I was racing professionally, I had a sponsor. I was racing for a team out of California. Went to all the national events, Texas. The first one was right here in Florida. The first Oval Nationals was right here in Florida. Went to that. Won the B main. I went to Texas. Took. I think I took third in the B main modified, and second in 4-wheel drive stock B main. So that was a big part of my life in 79 through probably 80, 82, 3. I was really heavy into the surface stuff. And my car's on the cover of Car Action magazine back in 80, I think 88. I think it was 1988. I could go get it. It's in the house. And then Whippoorwill was a big oval, a concrete oval that was supposed to be the same dimensions as Daytona scaled down, but it wasn't exactly. it had the same banking. It was the same banking that Daytona has, but it was more of a round oval, not the big long tri-oval. And now it was in the middle of an orange grove, and it's gone now. They completely. I don't know why. I don't know why they tore it down. I mean, they didn't do anything with that land where it was. You can go on Google Earth and you can still see in the grass the oval, the layout of the track. It's still there. You can still see it. And, it was this beautiful concrete that they poured over there. It was a beautiful track. I don't know why they tore it down. If they tore it down to build a building or do something with it, I would understand, but they didn't do anything with it. So why would you tear it down? I don't. I couldn't figure that one out. But I was in the Car Action magazine for a paint job on this. I've got the car right here. I took third place in concourse at Whippoorwill with this car, and it's this soda can. Okay. So, you can't see the can. Let me put it on something. Hang on a minute here. Is this too high? No, that's perfect. So that's the can I copied. And this is all painted. This is a clear body. This is all painted on the inside. There's nothing on the outside except this number 2 sticker on the hood, on the roof. That's a sticker. Everything else is paint. And so I copied the can on the hood of the car. Well, these are stickers. These contingency stickers. These are stickers. But yeah, the whole car's painted to match the can. And so I won third place, and that was in the magazine also. And then I won another concourse with another body I have over here at a 8th scale road course. I did another Coca-Cola can. I'll go get that one in a second. Let me get caught up on the chat. Yeah, probably not the same strip, Mike, but yeah. Yeah, my first wife, she, I ran all this stuff by her when we got married about starting a hobby shop, and I told her exactly what was going to happen, and we were going to spend a lot of time there. Hey, what's up, Ray? How you doing, man? It's going to be for the first couple of years, it's going to be, we're going to have to be committed, to build our clientele so we can grow it into something. And so she, okay, yeah, all right, we'll do it. Let's do it, And then, like 2 weeks into it, I can't do this. And she didn't want to come to the shop anymore. She wanted to stay home. Okay, well, go home, and we never saw each other because we were both working full-time jobs. And then when I got off work, I came home and opened the hobby shop. And I was at the hobby shop from 5:30 to most of the time like 3 in the morning. So I didn't see much of her. And, but I ran it by her and told her what was going to happen, and she agreed, and then she didn't want to do it. So that's how that went down. So so anyway, let me grab this other body. So I won another concourse with a 8th scale gas. It was an 8th scale gas race, and I painted a body for that. That was a year after this one. the next year I quit running electric and started running 8-scale gas. Back then you couldn't get, NiCad batteries were impossible to get. Back then, any good ones. It was, all the factory teams and everybody all got the good batteries, and you got, and they took the ones that they raced with, the ones they practiced with, and then what was left over is what you could buy. So you weren't going to be competitive. I mean, I did really well considering what I was running with. To win the B main and finish where I did. I've got all these big trophies. Some of them are over there. Some are still in the house. But I won all these big trophies with store-bought, what I could get my hands on. And I was nowhere. Now, no problem. Batteries today are not a problem. You can be competitive today. So this is the same thing. It's all painted on the inside. I think... Can I get it? No. Yeah, I guess that's the best place to put it. So I copied the can again. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I can't get to it though. Hang on, let me get that. I hope I'm not denting it when I pick it up here. Yeah, I did something different. What did I do here? I guess I didn't want... Oh, I see what I did. So I started with the Coke here and went this way. Okay, and then I got to this Coke and stopped. I didn't put that on there again, so I didn't want two Cokes, the word Coke on the hood twice. So that's what, so her hair goes through that stripe, but the word Coke isn't there. So that's what you're seeing here. Oh, let me put it over here. Okay. And it's just really heavy metal flake paint. I'll get it real close to the camera. You can see it. It's very dirty though, but I think you can see it. Yeah. It's really heavy metal flake, and then the same thing with the dark teal green color on the side. That you can see the heavy flake in that too. And then of course the inside's white. When you have to back all this up with white. And so I won with this one too. Now neither one of those are the ones that's on the cover of the magazine. The covered one was my car, and they mentioned my name, although they spelled it wrong. But I didn't paint that body. That body was painted by a friend of mine. I can't get to it now. And all these contingency stickers. And I found the video. I've got a video of the guys going over, the judges going over that car. So it's on the cover of the magazine. These stickers here, he painted all of these on the car. All right, there wasn't a sticker on the car. It looks exactly like this with the number and this and Tightwad Hobbies on the fin and all of that. And it was all paint. There was not a sticker on that car anywhere. Not one sticker anywhere. And so when I'm standing there and the judges are looking at it, people kept asking me, "Is that all hand painted?" And I said, "Yep." And it said all painted on the inside. Nope, some of it's painted on the inside. The contingents, the other stuff, the wording stuff is painted on the outside. And then the guy says, and somebody said, "Are there any stickers on that car?" I said, "No, there's no stickers on the car." And one of the judges said, "You mean other than the contingency stickers?" And I just looked him right in the eye and I said, "There are no stickers on that car." So he got down on all fours and got right up to the body, and then he could see it was hand painted. He just got up, shook his head. He says, "You guys have way too much time on your hands," and walked away. I think he was mad. I was like, I'm sorry, but there's no stickers on the car. None. Thanks, Ray. So that, I ended up getting second place because with that one, because the guy that they said that it was a very loud Heartbeat of America paint scheme, and the one judge said that no real race car would be painted like that. Well, sorry to tell you this, but the guy that painted this, that's exactly how his race car's painted. He races real cars, and that's how he painted his car. So you're wrong. There is a real race car painted like this. But anyway, the other guy had the paint job wasn't anything fancy, but he had all of the detail on a dirt oval car, like the crash bars and inside the body, the roll cage, and the crash bars around the front and the back. He had all that done so well that, it was a very, I can't say that we got screwed at all. I think it was a pretty fair, it could have gone either way, If you want to go just on paint, then we had the winning car, but the overall look of the other guy's car with the way he did all the roll cage, all that detail was really good. So it was a toss-up. Either way, we weren't mad. We're super happy. But my car's front and center on the front row of the lineup, on the front of the cover of the Car Action magazine. Front row in the middle is my car. The one that's in the center is second place, not the winner. The pole guy, on the pole inside is the winner. So, but it made it look like, since I was front and center, that was the winner. So, but no, I didn't win that one. But second was good. We were good with that. Yeah, I have a bunch of bodies that I painted. I couldn't put my hands on them right now. Well, I could, but I have to go over to my old hangout, the old garage where I used to do the show from. There's some bodies. There's a whole box of bodies over there. Some are clear and some have been painted that I had hanging up in the hobby shop. I painted bodies to sell. Nothing as detailed as this, but just like a '55 Chevy body. I did a real pretty black and white two-tone 55 Chevy, and I painted the headlights and the turn signals and the tail lights and all that, and it looks real nice. And then there's a couple other ones too that I painted up to sell, it's I still have everything from the hobby shop, and I over the years, like I've got the whole K&S metal rack, all the steel rods and tubes and all that crap. And, when I need something, I go to my metal rack and usually I have it, So a lot of stuff, gets used over the years, And I had the SIG balsa rack full of balsa wood, all the different thicknesses, the 3 foot by probably, 4-inch, 6-inch wide, and then all the different thicknesses. And I have that rack still too, and just everything from the hobby shop, RC10 parts, Schumacher 4-wheel drive off-road parts. Let's see what other major Tamiya. I got a bunch of Tamiya car parts, Grasshopper, the Frog, Subaru, the Hornet, bunch of Tamiya parts. Still have all that stuff. Probably never use the Tamiya stuff. I mean, if I put it, I could sell it if I wanted to put it like on eBay or something. But yeah, because they brought all those cars back. I don't know if you knew that, if you follow that surface stuff, but Tamiya brought all the old cars back, and the Hornet, the Grasshopper, the Frog, they brought all those back again. They're all back, but you don't. I don't think you have to build them anymore. You used to have to build the transmission and everything, and I think now they come. At least I bought a Porsche. I think it was a 929 Porsche kit recently, a few years ago, when I was doing my show in the other garage, and I didn't have to build the transmission; it was already built. You just put it in the car. That was cool. I mean, transmission took a lot of time putting all those gears in there and all that crap. So, yeah, that was cool. It was already built. All I had to do is throw it in the car. So that made a big difference on how long it took to build the car. But you still have to put everything together. It's quite a build. Yeah, I've never finished that. Oh, it's a Audi Quattro. That's what it is. Yeah, it's not the Maj 929. It's an Audi Quattro from Tamiya. And it's really good looking. I mean, the kit came with all the decals to put the lights on the roof and on the bumper in the front, and all the dirt. What do they call that? Rally car. Yeah. So yeah, it's a nice looking car. Never finished it. All I need to do is put the radio in it. Just never got around to it. It'll happen one day. I've got a few new bodies I bought that I'm going to paint up too. I bought a 70 CUDA body that I had to have. Oh my God, that thing's beautiful. So I bought that. I haven't painted it yet, but it comes with all the stickers to put the graphics on the side back quarter panel and all that. So it's really cool. So you actually had to rent the church hall for that. They wouldn't let you to go play. Wow, that's kind of, you'd think you know how old were you then? Yeah, I bought a toy grade Fast and Furious drift car. The one from Han drove it. The orange. What was it? A Supra? No, it wasn't a Supra. What the hell was that thing? Um, I saw that at Walmart. Had to have it. It doesn't drive worth a shit. It doesn't have near enough power. I mean, if you're on a polished floor, it'll drift. But if you're on, you know, basic concrete, it doesn't want to drift. Doesn't have enough power. You don't go to church, but you rented the church. Okay. All right, Mike. All right, guys, I gotta go use the bathroom. I'm gonna be a minute, as I have to use the bathroom this time. It's not. I don't have to pee. I gotta poop. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back when I can get back. I'll be a few minutes. Think about what you want to talk about. What do you want me to? I can drag anything out pretty much. If you want to see something, you want to talk about something in particular. I'm open to anything. So, but hang tight. I'll be back when I can get back. right, I'm back. I hope I didn't lose too many of you. Oh, God, I got a grained one. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. All right, so what did I miss? Let's see. Let me get caught up on the chat here. Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, I just got another one, too. We're up to 11 again. Cool. Oi, oi. Yeah, there's a hurricane off your shore over there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's by us. Have you got a storm over there, too, Roy? What the hell's going on over there? We've got a hurricane over here in Florida. It's probably not going to hit me, but we're getting plenty of... I was going to go flying today, and it was way too windy to go flying. I was like, forget that. Yeah, there's a Category 2 right now approaching Jamaica. And by morning, it'll be probably a Category 4. I don't think Jamaica's going to survive. I think they're going to be completely devastated. I don't think there'll be a building standing because the storm is hitting them head on. So I don't think Jamaica's going to make it. I think they're going to be completely wiped out. Thank you, Juno. Yeah. Hit the like button, share it, on Facebook or whatever. Do whatever you can. So, yeah. So let's see what else. What else is going on? I'm looking forward to working on cars again, with the lift now, so I don't have to get under a car on the ground anymore. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm going to do my first oil change on my own lift tomorrow. I bought the oil tonight, bought an oil cannon, to catch the oil. So I'm going to put my truck in the air tomorrow and do an oil change, and I can't wait. It's going to be... Yeah, it's my birthday in 14 minutes. Thank you, Philip. I told you, Roy, it's not that expensive. You can get one. I'm telling you, it's worth it. Just get it. Just do it. You have almost as many cars to work on as I do. So, you just need it. All your stuff would be on the road twice as quick if it wasn't so damn hard to work on it. If you just go down and put it on your own lift and put it in the air, boy, wow, yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited. I can't believe I have it. I still have to come out in the garage and look at it and like, yeah, I really did get one. I just man, all these years without it, and with all these cars I've owned and having to work on them, on the ground, yeah, it's just God, I'm so happy for the lift. God, I should have bought it at least 10 years ago, and yeah, it was definitely worth it. So I'm looking forward to playing on it tomorrow. I have 3 cars minimum, 4 if I want to get creative. Oil changes to do right now. The Daytona that I'm driving doesn't really need an oil change, but I don't know what oil's in it, and I don't know how long it's been in it. It's clean looking, but I still want to change it. I did the oil change in the truck already, so I know what I put in it. So, but it's due. It needs an oil change. My Impala, I know what oil's in it, and it's old oil. It definitely needs an oil change. It's all synthetic. I don't use anything but full synthetic, so I know the oil that's in the Impala is good, but it's definitely due for a change. And then the last one is that Buick wagon I bought with the motor that's knocking. I'm going to put a heavier oil in it and some Lucas oil treatment. Again, synthetic. And see if the knock goes away. I think it will. Actually, I think it won't knock with a little thicker oil in it. And that the '94 Impala I bought had that same engine knock, and I drove it for 2 years like that, and it was still driving when I took it off the road. I finally took the motor out of it, and there's a new motor in it. That's the car that's sitting in the garage right now. I haven't driven it with the new motor in it because I haven't finished putting it in. It's in, but I haven't hooked up the drive shaft or plugged in the electrical. I just I need a couple hours to finish it. And now that I have the lift, I'm going to finish it. I'm going to get it up on the lift. I'll just winch it up on the lift and get underneath it, put the drive shaft back in and the cross member for the transmission, and then I can bolt it all back together and get that driving. Yeah, that the Camaro's in the other barn. I've got to get. Well, hell, I just need to get it over into this garage. That'd be a big plus just to get that. So, but yeah, I need to get the Camaro over here. And get working on that. There's a bunch of things I need to do to that car to make it right. I took a lot of shortcuts. I blocked off the rear brakes, took the rear brakes off the car completely, and blocked off the lines so I could have a line lock. So the car only has front brakes, and they're drum brakes at that. So I need to convert it to disc, and then put the rear brakes back in it because and then I'll actually splurge and buy a line lock. Yeah, that's got to do that. Get that car back on the road. And then the 56 is in this garage over here, attached to the house. And I need to get that over here and get working on it too. I got to paint it. I got to. I think the gas tank. I'm gonna have to pull the gas tank out of it and clean it. I think there's some gunk in the gas tank that's causing it to stall out. So I've got to do that. And then it really just needs some body work and paint. Other than that, it's fine. I think that car already has disc brakes on it on the front. So yeah, it's been modified a bunch actually for a sedan delivery. Right, exactly. It doesn't need to be a race car; it just needs to get it driving. Yeah. Well, I want to paint it. The paint job that I painted it like 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Let me think a minute. It's been at least 40 years. And I painted it black, and I did this real pretty candy apple metal flake, heavy metal flake stripe, and it started off this gold color, and then it faded to orange, and then it faded to red, and then it faded to purple, and then blue as it went over the roof and down the trunk lid. So the trunk lid's mostly blue. The purple starts to fade in at the edge of the window, and then up under the roof, and then on the roof it changes to red, and then coming down to the front edge it starts to go orange, and then the leading at the bottom of the windshield at the cowl, it's orange, and then to the gold, and dual stripes, like Chevelle stripes with the pinstripe around it. It's all paint. I taped it all off and painted it, and it looks great. It's beautiful, but the car's that's got this crappy hood on it, so I'm changing the hood. It had one of those old mailbox scoop hoods on it that I hated. So I have a stock hood to put on it, but I don't think the real hood that should be on it, that has the louvers on the top. But I think I want to put a cowl hood on it. So I'll tell you how I want to paint it. I'll show you what I want to do. I want to paint it to look like this. I love this car. And this is 68. Mine's a 67, but it's got the same, it's an RS, so it's got the hideaway headlights. And I love this paint job. The yellow with the stripe, the black stripe down the hood, all that. Mine will say 327 instead of 427, but yeah, I want to copy this paint job exactly. Cowl hood, the low cowl hood, not the big. I don't want a big cowl. I want this real low cowl hood, and so I want to copy this exactly, pretty close. This is a highly metallic yellow gold paint, and I think I just want to make it yellow, like the yellow on the Daytona. I don't think I want to do this metal flake paint. I might. I haven't made that decision yet. But yeah, this is how I want to paint my car. Exactly like this. I think this is beautiful. I love this. So I'm going to put the same wheels on it. Yeah, the wheels I just bought yesterday look just like these wheels. They're the same spoke, just the way these are. They're almost identical to these wheels. For the Daytona, and they're close to what the Super Bee came with. So, but yeah, this is what I want to paint my car like. Yeah, well, I originally painted my car the candy apple and the black and everything. I can do it again. I painted the Impala. In the video you watched the drag strip, and I had that checker flag going down the side of the car. You wouldn't believe what the hood looked like. It was beautiful. I'll get those photos, and I'll show you how I painted it. I painted all that. I did that too. So I can paint a car. That's not a problem. To do it right, it's very time consuming. Yeah, I agree, Philip. You had a Mustang that way too. Yeah, I do too. That RC car that was matched at your car exactly. I don't know if it's over here. It might still be in the other garage. I'm not sure. I don't know where I put that right now. All my cars are on the other side of this wall behind me. The yellow the butterscotch wall behind me, and I really couldn't get to them until now. When I cleared the garage out to put the lift in, I cleaned that whole side out. So now I can go out and all the way to the lift, and then go behind the Impala, and then walk all the way back up to the front of the Impala, and now I can get over here to get to all my RC cars and these planes that are all back over here. So now if I want to fly one of those planes, I can get to them. I couldn't get to them before, so moving everything to get to the lift made it so I can get to those planes. So. Yeah, to do it right, it's a lot of work. You know, Roy, that you remember the picture of the Charger you sent me? I guess a girl at work bought that B4 blue Charger with those spoke wheels. There's one for sale on Marketplace right here down the street from me, and it's beautiful. God, I love that car. You know, so I made him. It's at a dealership, used car dealership, and I made him an offer, and he hasn't taken it yet. He told me no, and then he gave me the price he wanted, and I said no. I said nope, not for a car with 177,000 miles on it. I'm not paying that. Sorry. So he said okay, no problem. It's been on there for 7 weeks, and he hasn't sold it. So we'll let him stew about it. Maybe by the end of the month or by the end of the year, if he hasn't sold it yet, he might come to my terms. So we're not real far off, but he wanted $9,900 for it, plus dealer fee and tax tag and all that. And I said no. I said I'll give you 9 out the door, and he said no. And I said so we're not that far away, and he can easily make 9 and still make money on the car. He's got plenty of room in the car to make money at 9. So it just depends how badly he wants to sell it. So we'll let him sit on it for a while and see what happens. But if I can get it for 9, I'm gonna get it. Happy 39th birthday! Thank you, Phil. Man, I love you, buddy. 39. Yep, 39 again. Yep, yeah, that's me. Yep. Yep. So. Yeah, I should. You know what? Hang on a second here. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna wipe this thing off because this thing's filthy dusty, and it's so much prettier when it's clean. Let me clean it up a little bit and show you what this looks like, because this thing's gorgeous. I love this car. Yeah, I'm sure I bought this either at Walmart or Toys R Us. I don't know. It was probably one of the two places. And I saw that, and I said, "Oh my God, I have to have that." And I knew right then I already owned the real one. I've had that car since I bought it in '79, so I've had that car a long time. And hey, you get to see the hood. It's clean under the hood. Bunch of chrome. Yeah. Yeah, I fell in love with this paint scheme. I was like, oh my God, I've got to have that. And then I knew right then that I'm going to paint my car that color one day. That day's closely coming. It's definitely closely coming now. Now that I've got my lift and I've got this big building and I've got room to do it, and yeah. And if I don't have to go to work, I'll have the time to do it. So yeah, it's going to be going to make that a reality pretty soon here. Then you're really going to hate me, Roy. Because you've got that beautiful Cuda and Camaro over there. You need to do, you need to get those back on the road. And all right. Yeah. So now that should look a lot better. That nice shine on it. Yeah. It's I need to shine the wheels too. They're dirty too, but that's good enough for tonight. But yeah, that's what my Camaro is going to look like. I'm going to paint it just like this. I really love this paint job. I think it's beautiful. You know what? I need to put it up on something. We need to have that in frame here. Maybe I could put it on here. This might work. No, that's not high enough. Hang on a minute. Gotta find something high enough here. That'll probably work. Let me do this. Let me turn it around. Put on a little car show here. There we go. There we go. How about that? That's not too awful bad. Maybe I get the rear wheels up on the... It'll roll off now. That's not gonna work. Yeah, we'll put it back. There we go. Got a little eye candy. That's pretty cool. Do you guys have a hurricane on that coast over there, Roy? Is that why you're getting all this wind? I know why we're getting it. We have a hurricane over here. I don't think it's not supposed to hit Florida, but we're getting all the feeder bands from it. We're going to get all that, but we're not supposed to get hit by the hurricane itself. They're forecasting it to go up the east coast of Florida, but who knows? Christ, these guys are always wrong, so it could go anywhere. You got yourself a Prometheus, did you really? The big one, the it's about a 1200 size. I think it's a 1200 size Prometheus, maybe a 1400. Is that what you got? Uh, God, we're back up to 12 people here. This is awesome. It's after midnight. I'm 65. We've got 12 people in the show. I love it. Is it in good shape? Has it been crashed or anything? What's it look like? Never meet your heroes. Yeah. You know? Yeah, kinda. Yeah. It can be a letdown for sure. Yeah, one of my best buds out at the flying field here. He had a Prometheus, and he was flying it, and he's an okay pilot, but he's not a great pilot, and he crashed it, and I kept telling him, dude, you should put that away, you know, and he crashed it, and he felt really bad. He was like, he was so bummed, and then the guy that owns our field, Bo, he had one. Yeah, I didn't know that, and he didn't tell us that. And he saw that he crashed it, and so he went home and got it and brought it back to the field and gave it to him. It's like, oh my God, Bo, really? Jesus. So he took that one home. He didn't fly that one. He took it home. So yeah, that plane is, being almost all black is a bad plane for Florida. It just, this oh, what the hell was that? Huh, why'd that fall over? That was weird. Yeah, the sun just turns black airplanes into a golf ball. I mean, they get so, the foam gets so gatored. That's the word we use here, gator. It just gators it up so bad it looks terrible. Um, so thanks, Roy. Yeah, so it's if I'd have gotten one, I would have never taken it out in the sun for sure. That it would have stayed in the garage here for a showpiece because it's black. Black airplanes don't work in Florida. There's been several black airplanes I've wanted to buy over the years and didn't because I knew what I was going to get. If I bought it, it was going to go to hell in a heartbeat. So yeah, I don't have any skylights in this building. I didn't put any windows in this building on purpose. There's only the man door and the overhead door. No skylights, no windows. It's black in here. And that was by design. I didn't want anybody peeking in the windows. I didn't want anybody breaking in through the back door. I wanted to make sure I could see the doors from the house so I would know if somebody was going in and out. Unless they cut a hole in the side of the building, they ain't getting in here. Um, and I didn't want anybody peeking through windows or breaking a window to get in. So yeah, no windows and only the two doors on the front of the building. That's it. They kept asking me, "You sure you don't want any windows?" No, I don't want any windows. What I should have said was, "Yeah, I want a window, but I want it. That the walls are 12 feet high, and then the ceiling pitches to 15. So I should have put the window up at like 10 foot. You know, somewhat up high enough that you'd have to get a ladder to look in the window. I should have done that. That might have been a good idea. Oh yeah, I'm packing. Oh yeah, yeah. I've got a few uh, protection. Yeah, I got a few. I'm good. Yeah, Mike, but you really need to stop smoking. I know you guys keep telling yourselves, oh, it'll be fine, it's okay, and and then when it's finally gets you, you're gonna be like, oh God, I wish I'd have stopped smoking. Oh, I went through this with my mom. It's a horrible way to go. Yeah, see that's Roy. I was worried about exactly that, so I didn't put the window. But see that if I put the windows where I would want to put them, they'll be in the apartment, the upstairs of my living man cave area, not the actual garage. So if I'm out here and they come through that window, you're gonna get a boot in their ass before they get a bullet in their head. They're gonna get both. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, but what you don't realize, and this is the part that nobody that smokes realizes, is that it's going to be like drowning in a pool that you can't breathe. Okay, when it finally gets you, you're literally not able to breathe. Sitting in a chair in an oxygen-filled room, you can't breathe. And it's the worst way to die. I can't tell you how bad it was watching my mom go through this. That she just couldn't get any air. She was on 100% oxygen all the time, and she still couldn't breathe. Okay, and you're kidding yourself if you don't think it's going to happen to you, because it's gonna catch up with you. If you don't stop, you're gonna die the same death my mom died. It's gonna take 15 years of you depleting until you're dead, and it's gonna be the most miserable thing you've ever gone through. You know, and I can tell you from experience because she was living with me the entire time while I watched her die. So please stop smoking, please. You just don't know what you're going to be living with. It's the most horrible way to die. It really is. So yeah, Mike, that's exactly what my mom said. She smoked until the day the doctor said, "You've got I see a spot on your lungs." And she came home and she threw her cigarettes in the trash can. Cold turkey, just stopped. She didn't even finish the pack she had. She crumpled them up, threw them in the trash can, and never smoked again in her life. It was too late. She was 50. I think she was about 55, maybe 58, somewhere around there when this happened, and it was too late. The damage was already done. And even though she never smoked again, I watched her die a very, very slow, miserable death. And it's going to happen to you. If you wait until you start seeing the symptoms, it's already too late. So you need to stop now before you see the handwriting on the wall. Stop now while you can. You still might make it if you stop now. Look at it this way. Look at all the airplanes you can buy with the money you're going to save from buying cigarettes. Man, you'll have a new airplane every month. Just because you stop smoking, you won't be blowing money on cigarettes. Okay, so what are you saying, Mike? That once you start dying from this, you're just going to kill yourself, so you don't have to finish the miserableness all the way out? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that your answer? Really? What about your rest of your family? Putting them through it? Okay, Mike. Well, Roy and I have said our piece. You know, we're only, and both of us are saying it for the same reason, because we care. You know, you guys have no idea what all of you mean to me. So, you're just my family, and I love all of you. So the reason I'm preaching is because I care. Um, so, but I just would hate to see you go through what my mom went through. It's not pretty. It's not fun. It's miserable. All right, enough of that. Let's move on. What other any other airplanes on sale anywhere? Anybody got something? You know, they still have the great deals going on at Tower, guys. You know, you can get some great airplanes there on sale. The Turbo Timber X, the T28, the Carbon Z T28, all that stuff still on sale at Tower. You pick up some really good deals there. You know, Banana's got some stuff on sale. Um, Hobby Zone didn't really have anything on sale. I'm really surprised. That was terrible. Um, I don't know. Horizon's probably not got anything different than Tower. Honestly, Tower will have a better selection because they have all the stuff that Horizon doesn't carry. All the Phoenix, balsa planes, all that stuff. Horizon doesn't carry any of that stuff. You have to go to Tower for that. So you might. Got that promo video they're running right now on Horizon of that trucky, well, or whatever it is. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let me go back there and look at that again. So I had to buy the Vortec truck because they had the purple one on sale, and that's the one I wanted. I just love that purple, and so they had it on sale. I was okay. I got to buy that one. I can't go without that one. So yeah, the ultimate basher for jaw-dropping jumps. The the Creighton 6S. Yeah, that's $500-600. I'm not spending that kind of money. That's not happening. Can't do it. Let me click the sale button at Horizon. See what we get. What's on sale? Oh, that's nice. We're sorry, there are no results found for this selected filter. So they got nothing on sale. Okay, well, we don't need to go any farther looking then. They've got nothing on sale. So they got some lowered prices, I guess, and they've got some clearance items. Usually in the clearance item, it's nothing but tires. They've got a shitload of Pro-Line tires that they can't get rid of. So yeah, so there's nothing there. Oh, what's some of the other places I buy from? Who else has got might have something on sale? All right, guys. Somebody shout out a place you shop at. We'll go check that out. I don't think. Hey, Chris, what's up? Well, Jackson. So Chris, I got to tell you, if you had been an elite member, or were you an elite member? Are you an elite member? Yeah, well, I agree with that, Chris, but unfortunately, that's not how Horizon thinks. Um, so if you had been an elite member, customer service was incredible. I mean, literally, if you damaged an airplane for whatever reason, they'd just send you another airplane. I'm not shitting you. Listen, I understand. We're having a problem with that. Whatever, we're going to just send you another airplane. And that's what they would do. I mean, it was that $129 to join was so worth it. The stuff we got, the perks, the 2 day shipping. No matter, you could buy a 99-cent part and get 2 day, shipping on it. Everything was awesome, and that all went away. So, but I'm going to put, all you guys pay attention. I'm going to put a number on the screen. Uh-oh. Yeah, here's my phone. Call this number. And ask, and press the button for sales. Okay? It doesn't matter what you want to do. I don't care if you want to, you want to check on your order status, if you want to, whatever. Because all the elite salespeople, customer service people are on the sales phone line. So you're going to get one of those guys, and they will take care of you. So, and they're going to know who you are because your phone number's attached to your account. So, let me get you the number. Hang on a minute here. You guys all need to write this down. If you'd have called this number, they would have known you're not an elite member, and they wouldn't answer the phone anyway. But now that's all gone, so it doesn't matter. So they should answer the phone. All right, let me look here. Oh, I have some news to tell you in a minute too. Hang on a minute. Forgot about that. Um, let's see here. Okay, Joseph. Oh, maybe Did I put it under elite? Maybe I did. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Alright, I'm going to put this on here. Hang on a minute. Okay, guys. Call that number at Horizon. I don't know what number you've been calling, but this is the number you want to call. This is a special line that was for us elite members. But since that program doesn't exist anymore, you can still call this number. And you won't be in the regular queue. You'll be in the old elite queue. And you will get way better service. Ask for Joseph or Mike. Michael's been there the longest. Joseph is second, and then the other guys you might get, I think Nick. These guys are new, so they're not the great. They're helpful, but Joseph and Michael can do anything for you. You know, they'll do stuff they're not even supposed to do. I had an issue with Tower Hobbies, and I called the Horizon line, and they took care of me. And they said, we're not supposed to do this. He says, but I don't care. You know, you're a customer. We're going to take care of you. So, yeah, I'll look up your tower order, and I'll fix it for you. Thank you. So, yeah. So, guys, mark that number down and call that number. You know, Chris, I don't know what you need done, but call that number early in the morning. The better. You'll get Joseph if you call early. Michael's kind of the afternoon guy, but so are the other guys, Nick and I forget the other guy's name. So, but you know, get a hold of Joseph early in the morning, and he'll whatever you need, he's going to fix it. Trust me, he will take care of you. Yeah, Mike. If China stopped dealing with America, they would go out of business. Because I'm sure we're buying most of their. We're buying more product from them than any other country. I guarantee you. So they would really be hurting if they stopped doing business with us. And I don't think they're going to go to war with us now after seeing what we did to Iran without any detection at all. I don't think they're ready to try that shit either anymore. I think we probably put the fear of God in the rest of the world with that maneuver. So yeah, I think people found out something that they probably didn't believe could be done, and then it happened, and they were like, "Oh shit!" So yeah, I'm sure that was an oh shit moment for the whole world. So Okay, Mike, what am I wrong about? You know, I want to hear your side. What am I wrong about? I love the little shit guy. Did you get your power back, Roy? I'm gonna go look up and see what the hell's going on over there. Oh, wait a minute. What was that? Maybe you'll hear this. Hang on. Let me unmute this. There it is.
Is Hurricane K, which yes, it is a hurricane right now. It's off the west coast of Mexico. It is going to strengthen. We've seen a lot of really bad clickbaity headlines all over the internet and social media about how we could have a hurricane hitting Southern California late this week into this weekend. That's absolutely not the case, so I want to clear things up for you. What they're referencing is Hurricane K, which yes, it is a hurricane right now. It's off the west coast of Mexico. It is going to strengthen a little bit over the next day or two, but then it's going to lose a lot of strength as it gets closer to the southwest coast of the U.S. It's going to stay way off the coast. It's going to be tropical depression or less at that point, and yeah, we'll get a little bit of moisture injected into Southern California. Wind speed will pick up a little bit, but none of those are going to be anywhere close to what a hurricane would be like. So I've seen a lot of really bad clickbaity headlines all over the internet and social media.
Okay, so yeah, they're
a hurricane hitting Southern.
So the feeder bands from that hurricane down in Mexico is what you're getting, Roy, because they're showing how wide the wind feeder bands are, and they're going all the way up to where you live. So that must be what you're getting, is wind from this hurricane down in Mexico. It's at the north tip of Mexico. It's even with San Diego right now. That's where the eye of the storm is even with San Diego. So that's got to be what you're getting. I know we need foam airplanes out of China, Mike. What else do we need? What is America so desperate for that China has that we need? Well, I want to hear this, Mike. Come on, tell me what it is that we need from China. What are we so desperate that we need China? Okay, perfect point, Mike. What do we make? We can make everything that China makes. We choose not to because it's cheaper for us to buy it from China, and it costs relation. We have good relations with China for trade, but we don't need China. We can make everything they can make, and that's exactly why Trump is doing exactly what he's doing, because he wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. We used to make everything for ourselves, and he's trying to bring it back so we're all making it again instead of relying on China for everything. So, didn't you say you were going to move to the U.S. if Trump became president? How do you know it's not working? What's your proof that it's not working? All right, Mike. Whatever. Everybody has their opinions, and they're entitled to their own opinions. So you can believe what you want to believe, and that's fine. All right. Wow. He hasn't. I don't know about you, but I'm paying less for gas right now than I have in 5 years. I don't know what other prices has he not brought down? Because I just paid $2.39 a gallon for gas. You know, I don't know when. I haven't paid that since the whole time that Biden was in office and Obama. I was paying outrageous prices for gas, and now it's back down to $2.39 a gallon. I don't know what. Okay, so what else has he not brought the prices down on? Oh God, here we go with the you just wait. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, when Trump goes out of office, if we're stupid enough to put another Democrat in office, yeah, then everything will go to shit again. That's probably possible. You know, what can I tell you? Well, Roy, I don't know. See, you live in, Washington. I don't know what things are like in Washington. I can only tell you what Florida's experiencing. Okay? So we just bought a shitload of steaks at $9.99 a pound for porterhouse steaks. $2.29 or $2.39 a gallon for gas. I mean, I just don't see the big that you guys are claiming is going on. It's not here in Florida. I don't know which promise you're talking about, Mike. What promise are we talking about? Yeah, well, we all know California sucks. you know, we have a lot of road construction here too. Roy, you could always move to Florida. And have all the wonders. No snow. No cold weather. You live the life of Riley here and do the same job you're doing. I know you could get a job here easy. You should move here. Then we can go flying together. My brother used to live in Seattle, so I know all about the prices and how bad it was when he lived there. He's in Indiana now. Probably going to go back to Georgia. But even there, he has to pay property taxes. See, we don't have any of this shit. Like, he's got a motorhome, and every year he has to pay taxes on the motorhome just for owning it. Not because he put it on the road, but just for owning it. He has to declare it on his tax. He has to pay for that. Same thing in Georgia. They have to pay for all that shit over and over every year. We don't pay any of that. We don't have to do any of that. I don't know. Every state's different. They do their own thing. It's got nothing to do with Trump. The governor just decides what their state's going to do. So, yeah, it's so I don't know. But Florida's great. New Hampshire, I hear, is even better. I don't know about the weather in New Hampshire, but I've got some buddies that live up there, and I think isn't their state motto something like "live free or die" or something? I don't know, something like that. Well, stop talking about it. Get your ass down here. Just go on Florida website for jobs. In the construction, civil, like Pasco County is where I live, and apply for a job. Oh, that was Dave RC. I know Dave. I know, but it's on their license plate. I think in New Hampshire, that very saying is on I think the New Hampshire license plate, if I remember right. So. Yeah, fly free or die. Yeah. So I spent the first 23 years of my life in Ohio, and I didn't like it much. The weather, mostly. I really didn't have any other complaints. But I wasn't paying property taxes or anything like that in Ohio, so I really don't know what they were like. I can't speak intelligently about that. I moved out of Florida, or out of Ohio. I was still living at home when I moved. We got married, and we came down here, found jobs, and we moved here. And then I started paying property taxes and all that kind of stuff when I moved to Florida. So I don't know what it was like in Ohio. But I knew I didn't want to live in Ohio. And I knew I certainly didn't want to live in California. I got a lot of friends that live in California, and what they pay to live is just out of this world. I can't believe that anybody would live there. It's just crazy. You know, this guy that I autocross with has an Impala SS, is sharing a house with 3 other people. And I think they're still paying like $1,400 a month each to share a house. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Yeah, we don't have a state tax here. We don't have any state tax. You know? And this, our governor's doing away with our property taxes. So pretty soon we're not going to pay property tax anymore either. You know, and this is oh, I'm not taking anything personal, Mike, at all. I like hearing your opinions on stuff. It's not, you know, I don't have to agree with you. I'm not going to change the fact that I like you. See, we can agree to disagree. I don't have a problem with that. You know, that's got nothing to do with what friendship we have. But I see the world a little different than you do. You know. See, we pay here every year. We have to pay. We have to file our income tax return every year here for the money we made for the year. And Trump's trying to do away with that. That's why he put these tariffs on the other countries. They should be paying our taxes. We should be paying, you know, we shouldn't have to pay taxes on the money we made. You know, we should be paying, the other countries should be paying taxes on what we sell them. And that's what Trump's trying to do. That's why he made all these tariffs. Okay? And he knew he was going to get pushback from everybody when it happened. But he's already made great progress with other countries already. You know, coming to agreements on you know, a reasonable tax tariff instead of the outrageous ones he came up with. So, and that's why he's going to meet with China, because they want to talk. They want to talk about, you know, let's get to a number we can agree on. You know, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure he'll go over there and they'll get a number that they'll agree on. So, what about your B? My B? What's my B? What about your B? You know, I don't know what's going on with Canada. You know, that one kind of bothered me. I thought we had a great relationship with Canada. I don't follow politics at all. Really, I don't. So I have no idea what the hell's going on between Canada and us. I don't think it's as bad as they're making it out to be. You know, I know that they're, whatever he is there, the president or whatever he is all, you know, he's got his all panties in a bunch, but I don't think it's as bad as that. And I think he's overreacting. As far as I know, and again, I don't know shit, but as far as I know, I don't think we had any bad relationships with Canada at all. So I don't know, you know, was Trump trying to ruffle some feathers for a particular reason? I don't know that either, you know. But yeah, I was a little set back about that one. I was like, why are we picking on Canada? You know, what the hell did they do? But anyway, yeah, it's just we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty certain that China and Trump are going to come to an agreement, and this will all be over with. Any hard feelings between our countries will be gone, and then Canada. I guess it's the ball's in Carney's court. He don't want to talk. He's just being a total dickhead about it. And fine, if you want to be a dickhead about it, fine. We have sources to get everything we need from other countries. We don't need Canada. We want Canada. We like Canada, but if he wants to play hardball and just cut off all relations with us, which I've heard in the news from my end, I don't know if that's all true, but then we'll play that game. I agree too, but that he purposely did this to get a reaction, and he's getting it, and so now he's going to go work it out. You got to get him to the table first, and the way you get him to the table is you piss him off. So he pissed off China. Now they're going to the table, and they're going to talk about it. Same thing with Canada, although I don't think Carney wants to talk about it. But he'll come around, He's going to get pressure from the people that put him in office, and he'll come around, and then they'll work it out, and it'll be fine, So I'm sure, Well, it always could backfire, but I don't think it will. I don't think it'll come to that at all, especially with Canada. I really don't think. It'll backfire with Canada. I really don't think it'll backfire with China either. And there might be some other countries it might backfire with, but nothing to worry about. But I feel pretty confident that it's going to work out. We'll see. Okay, well, in my opinion here, if these other countries won't bend a knee, like you say, then they won't do business with us anymore. And are we going to lose sleep over it? Nope, we're not. We'll either do it ourselves or we'll get it somewhere else. So if they want to be that way, that's fine. They can be that way. We're a nation of doers. We can get it done. We can make anything that anybody else can make. We just have been too lazy to do it because we can get it somewhere else cheaper. And everything is about trade agreements. That's what started World War II. Okay, it was all about, China and us, or not China, I'm sorry, Japan and us couldn't agree on trade agreements. And they started a war with us. And we finished it. So, it's I don't think that's going to happen again. what other than electronics and model airplanes, what are we really getting out of China? We grow all of our own food. Hell, we're paying farmers here to not grow food just so we can buy it from other countries. Okay? So, I mean, I personally think that's stupid, but that's what we do just so we have something to trade with. So they want to sell us grain or whatever. Okay, we're going to pay our farmers not to grow it so we can buy it from them to keep them happy. Those are the concessions we've been making all along for years. Okay? Do we need it? No, we can grow it our own. We're choosing not to, so we have something to trade, so to give them something we need. But we can certainly go back to growing our own everything. So that's not a problem. We build our own cars. Do my research on, okay, all right, Mike, on which subject? What are we talking about here? My research on what? Farmers? I've talked to farmers personally, friends of mine. They told me they're being paid not to grow anything. So, I don't get my information from the news. I don't watch the news. Yeah, because it's all bullshit. So I don't watch the news. Okay, well, medicine, I don't know a thing about. I'm sure we can create our own here. I know we have the companies to do it here. Do we do it here? Maybe, maybe not. Could we do it here? I'm sure we could. Would it be more expensive? Maybe, but the government's controlling all of our healthcare and pricing and everything, so they'll work it out. Whatever they have to do, they'll work it out. So I'm not concerned about medication. It's again, it's similar to the food process. Can we do it ourselves? Yes. Do we do it? No, because it's cheaper for us to get it from them. Gives us something to trade with. So we'll just let them produce it and we'll buy it. And then keep them happy. So, no, we're not fucked without China. I guarantee you, we're not fucked without China. We'll be just fine without China. Well, it might take us years to get back to what we once were. Yeah, sure, but so what? We'll survive. We'll make it. We'll be fine. Juno. So I didn't know that. Mike just put up a good one that less than 1% of our food comes from China. So I had no idea what the number was. I just know that we're not producing all of our own food on purpose. We're paying farmers not to farm so that we can buy it somewhere else. All to keep the trade, you wash, I'll wash your back, you wash mine, So yeah, we'll buy your corn or whatever the fuck you're selling, and you buy our whatever the fuck we're selling, So that's what makes the world go round, Could we make it on our own? Yep. We could do it all here on our own. We don't need anybody else. But do we want to live that way? No, we don't. So, So you think our only source for what we need to build weapons is China? Really? You think they're the only country in the world that has what we need, or that we buy all of our what our needs are for weapons from China? You can't honestly believe that. No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, Mike. Sorry to tell you that, but you're wrong. There ain't no country in this world that's producing one item that we can only get from them. So you're wrong. We've got other sources to get anything we need. Okay? Hell, during the World War II, we were secretly buying titanium from Russia. We were fighting. Okay? And we were buying the metal from them undercover to build the SR-71. They had no idea they were selling what we needed to spy on them to us. So, we have sources, believe me. So, if you really think China has that kind of hold on us, you are sadly misinformed. Yeah, you are. I'm sorry to tell you, buddy, you are. You're sadly misinformed. There's no way that's how that goes. I can't believe you believe that. Why do you think China is so powerful? What makes them so wonderful that they control the planet? Because that's basically what you're saying. And why would you think that? Okay. Again, I don't know where you're getting your information, but that's not true. Okay? That's, I don't know where you're getting your information, but that's not true. And I'm sure you're talking about some kind of a mineral or some kind of well, it's probably a mineral, but some kind of something coming out of the earth that you think is only available in China? Right. And that's part of it too, Mike. You're absolutely right. We have the ability to produce so much more food than we need. That, like Mike just said we would be, everybody be, all the farmers would be fighting, undercutting each other to get their products sold. Yeah, and then everybody would be out of business. So that's exactly why. That's one of the reasons for sure. Okay, so what particular item are we talking about that we need for weapon grade material that China has? Tell me what it is that we need from China to make weapons. I'm going to check. As soon as you tell me what it is that we have to get from China and no place else, I'm going to check. So tell me what it is. I can't check it if I don't know what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? What's this rare earth? You're spelling it wrong, but that's okay. I can read between the lines. But yeah, what exactly is it that we need produced from China that we can't get anywhere else? What is it? Rare earth doesn't tell me shit. I need to know what it is exactly that we're getting that we can't get anywhere else. And I'm going to check right now. I'm going to Google it right now. Just tell me what the product is. What mineral, what rare metal, whatever it is. Tell me what it is so I can look it up. Okay. All right. Time out. I am not shouting, okay? Listen, I have a form of autism. It's called Asperger's, okay? And this is one of the side effects of this particular kind of autism, is I'm loud. And I'm always loud. If I'm happy, I'm loud. If I'm mad, I'm loud. I'm loud. I'm just loud. It's part of the Asperger's thing. I've tried to back it down. I'm not very successful at it. But not shouting, okay? I mean, I know I'm loud, but it's not because I'm mad, or it's just who I am. It's the Asperger's in me. So I apologize, but just know that I'm not shouting because I'm mad or excited or whatever. It's just who I am. I'm always loud. So people that know me understand that, Deb just laughs at me, so it's but I know it, people think I'm shouting at them. I'm not shouting at you. It's so anyway. um Mike, that's funny. Oh, excuse me. All right. So you made me look it up, Mike. All right. So here are the results. All right. Since you can't give me an exact product. All right. I did a search. Okay. This is what I searched for. What products does the U.S. get from China that they can't get anywhere else? Okay. I don't care what your YouTube show is. You just put the link into. I just Googled it. Here's the result. I'm going to read it to you. Okay. This is what Google says. All right. Hang on a minute. Let me get. So here I go. So again, I'm going to read it. What I said. I said, what products does the U.S. get from China that no other country has? Here's the answer. There is no product that the U.S. gets from China that no other country has. First statement. That's the first line. However, okay, U.S. heavily relies on China for certain items that hold a monopoly, near a monopoly, not a monopoly, near a monopoly, to import, for example, smartphones. Okay, that's the reason I'm laughing about that is I don't need this thing at all. I could throw this thing in the trash can. I hardly ever have it with me. I can go back to putting a phone on the wall and with a cord and be just as happy. I don't need this piece of crap, okay? So I don't need a smartphone. The rest of the world doesn't need one either. We can certainly do without smartphones. So whoop-de shit. I don't give a fuck that we're getting smartphones from China. Okay, let's see. The other one, electric blankets. Okay, again, you think really the U.S. can't survive if we don't have electric blankets? Really? I don't think that's really a problem. Okay. So, let me see. What else does it say? Lithium batteries. But I know we get lithium from somewhere else. But maybe they manufacture the batteries from lithium in China more than anywhere else. But lithium doesn't come exclusively from China. We have other sources for lithium. So, so those are the big three right there that we can certainly do without China for. We're not going to go, our world isn't going to turn upside down because we can't get smartphones, electric blankets, and lithium batteries. Okay? That's not going to kill the United States. Not even close. So, you asked me to prove you wrong. I just did. There it is. No. I just proved that wrong. We don't need weapons weren't even in the top 3. Okay, not a problem. It's the smartphones that are the big deal. So yeah. Rare earth magnets. No, not a big deal. That's not going to change the world. So again, Mike, I don't know where you're getting your source information from, but I would change your source because you're wrong. And you're not the first person I've had, I'm going to say, a fun argument with, okay? Another super big friend of mine, I mean, I love this guy to death, EQ, Eric Quinn, that's on here all the time. I love this guy to death. And he was trying to tell me that the reason that we stopped flying the SR-71 was because Russia developed a plane and a missile that could shoot it down. Absolutely untrue. And I asked him where he was getting his information from, and he told me that he gave me a link to a YouTube channel, just like you did. And I went there, and this guy is a bookworm. He knows nothing about aviation at all. All he knows is that he reads books and interprets what he reads. And he was completely wrong about the SR-71. So I corrected Eric on that and told him, listen, talk to the guys that used to fly the plane, not this bookworm who's only reading whatever it is he's reading and then reinterpreting what he's read, okay? There has never been an SR-71 even close to being shot down. Not even close. We don't have to dodge a missile. We don't need maneuverability. We just outrun them. All we have to do is match the speed of the missile that's coming at it and just wait for it to run out of gas. And that's exactly what the SR-71 did. It just flew fast enough to stay ahead of the missile until it ran out of gas. So the 71 never got even close to being shot down by Russia. But he got this source from a bookworm. So again, I don't know where you guys get you. I tend to go to the source, so I watch a lot of YouTube videos of the men that used to fly the plane. So that's how I knew about that. And then you wouldn't give me anything other than rare earth. So I looked it up, and this is what Google says. Okay, so we can certainly live without smartphones, electric blankets, and lithium from China. So we don't need China. China can go away tomorrow, and it may not be as great as it was, but we're not going to die. We're not going to. The world's not going to come to an end because China won't sell us smartphones. So. Only two producers. Which thing are we only? There are only two producers of. Uh-oh, Roy's got power. I guess China just docked a boat with lithium in it. You got your power back. Yeah. Thank God for China. Oh my God.
Words are not China's only weapon in this trade war. They're also using, you know, trade.
China's retaliation now includes suspending exports of rare earth minerals and magnets to the United States. Those materials are essential to a number of American industries, including car makers, aerospace manufacturers, and semiconductor producers.
China produces 90% of the world's rare earth minerals.
Okay, so rare earth metals are critical. Well, maybe we should have thought that before we launched a trade war against a country that had them all. I mean...
Oh my God, that's funny, Mike. Do you know the video you put a link to is a spoof video? It's a short comedy video. It's not real news. That's where you're getting your information from? Oh my God. It's called The Daily Show. It's a spoof. That's why it's a short video, because it's a joke. It's a spoof. Oh my God. We get all our rare earth magnets from Temu. Where do you get yours? Temu's our source for rare earth magnets. Oh my God. So, Mike, do you think your country would go to pieces if you didn't have trades with China? Would your country be done? Oh, don't worry about your spelling. We don't care about spelling. We can read between the lines. I'm the worst speller on the planet, but you know that's just when we're texting. Spelling is out the window. We don't give a shit about. You know, we'll figure out what you're saying. That's one thing I never. You know, I'm a great mathematician. I can do math like nobody's business, but spelling, fuck, I can't figure that. because there's so many rules, you know, I before E except after C, and then there's a million exceptions to that rule. And then we've got the silent K, like in the word knife. Why is there a K in the front? I mean, there are so many stupid things about the English language in spelling. I would never figure it out. So yeah, I'm a sucko speller. If I was playing Scrabble, I would lose for sure. I could never win at that game. So yeah, thank God for autocorrect, but I wish it worked everywhere. Like for instance, when I'm typing a message on Facebook, it doesn't autocorrect. It really pisses me off. I have to go open another window and spell it in there and use Google to fix it for me, and then I can cut and paste it into my Facebook message. They don't surf. Oh, God. What's wrong with these people? So, Mike, when you did come here, right? You were in the U.S. You were out west somewhere. Is that right? You did come here, right? All right, Roy. Since you said that, what the hell possessed you to go to Washington? Why would you move up there? Oh, that's awesome, Roy. Are you serious? Your high school shop class, you learned how to make surfboards? Oh my God, that is fucking awesome. Oh my god. You know, we made in shop class, I made a footstool. You know, wooden, I got it in the house. I still have it. A wooden footstool, you know. You know. I mean, we use it all the time. It's very useful, but you know, come on, a surfboard? Really? Holy shit. Oh god, that is fucking awesome. In metal class, I made a funnel. I'm still using that too. I use it regularly. It's out here in the garage. You know, we rolled a piece of steel around, soldered it, you know, and then made the other piece and soldered it in. Yeah, I made that in shop class. Still have it. It's right over here. I still use it all the time. I'll be using it again tomorrow when I put new oil in my truck. Oh wow, really? In '83. Yeah, I moved to Florida in '83. That's funny. Yeah, you moved to Washington in '83, and I moved to Florida in '83. Um, yeah, I bought a two-bedroom home for $29,000. Hey, Keith Christie, what's up? Good to see you, man. Are you still doing surfboards today, Juno? It hasn't been that long, but yeah, I'm doing good. You know, what have you been up to? Nike, you still here? So you went from making surfboards to nursing. Wow. Now, what revolution in your life started that? Why did you make that switch? That's really interesting. You dropped out of school to go make surfboards, and then you decided to be a nurse. That's really cool. I'm just asking. I don't know. Is this a good time of year to go to the Bahamas? Isn't this the hurricane season? Is now a good time to go to the Bahamas? I don't know. I'm just asking. Got a hurricane out there right now that's going to be heading up that way. Middle of next week. There'll be a hurricane in the Bahamas. So I don't know. I don't know if now's a good time to be in the Bahamas. But good for you. Mexico and the Bahamas. Man, that's awesome, dude. Good for you. Yeah, I've been in I've been in one tornado. Been in a bunch of hurricanes. Been in one tornado. What's wrong with Sydney? Is Sydney a bad place to be? I thought that was a great place to be. I'm learning all kinds of stuff tonight. Roy, I guess agreeing with me made Mike mad. I think he left. It's all your fault. Gotta blame somebody. I'll blame you. So, are you still surfing? You do your nursing during the day and you're surfing on the weekends? Is that right? I think he's still here. The count's up, so I think he's probably still here. We love you, Mike. I told you earlier. I don't take any of this personally. Oh, no shit. Wow. Holy crap. That's bad. Sorry about that, dude. That sucks. Holy crap. So are you at a private office? You work at a hospital? Where are you nursing at? Yeah. Yeah, bitches be crazy. Yeah, that's for sure. So apparently you're still in contact with your ex, huh? That's okay. My ex is living with me, so you know. Wow, dude. So are you getting disability? Did you sue the doctor that fucked up your operation? Make millions? Please tell me yes. I'd really like to hear that. Well, I'm glad you're suing. That's you should get something out of that. I hope you have a good lawyer. I hope that works out for you. When I had all these back surgeries, I was terrified that I was going to be a paraplegic. So thank God the operations didn't work, but they didn't make me worse. So at least I'm there. I'm not really any better, but I'm not any worse. So yeah, well, I was on my second lawyer. My first lawyer didn't do anything for 6 months. Nothing. They still didn't know who was driving the truck. They didn't know who was insuring the truck. They didn't know who owned the truck. They didn't know anything. 6 months. In 6 months they didn't know anything. So I called another attorney, and before they sent me they emailed me the paperwork to sign to hire him, and before I signed it and sent it back to them, he called me and told me everything about my case: who the driver was, who owned the truck, what insurance company insured the truck for $1 million. He told me everything that they couldn't tell me in 6 months in less than 30 minutes. So I think I got the right lawyers the second time. Although I'm not positive that I did okay, but I think I could have done better with a different attorney. I don't think they were the greatest either. They were. I don't know if you saw A Few Good Men. Where Tom Cruise plays an attorney that settles out of court. He never goes to court. He settles out. I think that's what this law firm was. They don't want to go to court and litigate. They just want to make out of court settlements, and that's what we did. We didn't go to court. So I think I could have done a lot better with a better attorney, but it is what it is. It's over with. It's done. I'm just going to move on. Yeah, my first offer was $10,000. They offered me $10,000. It's like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Your truck plowed into the bus I was driving and destroyed the bus and damn near killed me, and I'm supposed to settle for $10,000? I don't think so. Yeah, of all the things in this world that we need to improve on, it's definitely our medical care. I can't believe how often diseases and infections are transferred around a hospital. Because they're not taking care of, like washing, just a simple thing like washing their hands before they go from room to room. It's just ridiculous. There's hospitals here. You have a better chance of surviving under a bridge than going in the hospital. They just, this hospital over here, just about everybody that goes in there dies. Nobody ever comes out of that hospital alive. Nobody. Yeah, they almost killed one of my best friends. He went in the hospital for something. I don't remember what the hell it was. it wasn't anything life-threatening, and the next thing you know, he's got pneumonia and all these infections, and he's just barely hanging on for his life. And so he made it out okay. I don't know. I don't know if he's suing him or not. You know, I told him he ought to, but I don't know if he's going to do it or not. He should have. So you had your prostate removed? Really? Do you listen? I'm sorry. This might be too personal. I'm just kind of curious because I have a prostate problem. Are you still able to go to the bathroom normally, or do you have to wear diapers now, or you know what all involved after you had your prostate removed? Because I'm afraid I'm going to have it done, and I'm really curious. Yeah, late stage cancer. Yeah. Well, good. That's good to hear. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, been really worried about it. Um, so Keith, what else you been doing? You doing a little traveling? What else you doing? You been flying? You doing anything there? Well, if you really want to use that again, they have prosthetics you can. My buddy just had that done, so you know he likes to put it in and then pump it way up. You know, like oh, you're a nasty suck. Oh, really? That's interesting. So that's good to hear. Yeah, I don't think I have cancer, just an enlarged prostate. My medication's working. I'm peeing fine. Everything's good. But I still worry. Um, you know, I got all kinds of health issues. You know, need to get it looked at. I'm really confused about what you did, Keith, for a living. Because, man, when we were down here flying together, I could have sworn you told me that you owned this, you know, stage. I don't forget what you called it. And so you just worked there? And what did you do there? Kind of fill me in. I'm curious. How did this all come about? And Well, yeah, the PSA test though, you're right. If it's low, it's good. But the dumbass had me go get a PSA test while I had a catheter in me. Like, dude, have you read anything about the medical? I mean, if you ride a bicycle, with one of those seats that is in your groin, your PSA test is going to come out super high. So what do you think my PSA test is going to look like with a catheter in me? You dumb fuck. Why would you even want to do a PSA test during that time? So, yeah, what a dumbass. Wow. So, um, what work are you doing to pay for your vacations? I mean, you're, well, it was a playhouse or something, right? You guys rented it out for people to practice performances. Is that right? Do I remember this right? Am I got this all wrong? Um, right, exactly. So yeah, my PSA, I don't know what my PSA test was. It was pretty high, and I just laughed at him. I said, well, of course it's high. I've got a catheter in me. What the fuck did you think it was going to be? You know? Okay, all right. Yeah, that's what I thought. That part I remember. I could have sworn you told me you owned the place. I could have sworn you told me that. But anyway, so what work are you doing now? You see, you're doing work now, so you really aren't retired. What are you doing now? And could you go back to that job? Is there any way you could get that job back if you really need to make money? Yeah, that's the other thing too. The PSA tech isn't accurate, so you know it's like that home um, that colonoscopy test from home. You get false positives and false negatives. Well, great. Then why would I take a test that could have false positives or false negatives? I mean, I might as well flip a coin. I mean, it's going to be as accurate as that stupid test. Oh yeah, that was no big deal. That was a piece of cake. He was in and out of there so fast I barely felt a thing. It was ridiculous. Everybody makes such a big deal out of that, and it was like it was poof over. And it was like, really? That was it? So yeah, that wasn't a big deal. Yeah, yeah, Roy, exactly. When your butthole turns inside out. Oh, yeah, that would suck. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want a girl with long nails doing my prostate exam, that's for sure. So what do you, when you're doing your, renting your equipment out or you're operating it, are you going to different theaters, live performances on stage outside? What kind of stuff are you doing, Keith? Well, of course not, Roy. That's why they call it a practice. Because they're trying to learn. They're practicing on you. That's why it's called a practice. I have a good doctor now. I didn't have a good one before. I hated the doctor I had before. He was a jackass. He didn't know who I was, what I was in for, had no clue. He didn't know my name, nothing. I mean, I was just a number, And I every 3 months when I'd go see him, so what are you in here for today? What can I do for you? Well, I went and had my blood work done again, and you're supposed to look at it. This is my regular 3-month checkup. Oh, so in his office, worked with my insurance carrier, and 1 month they would do my lab work in-house because I guess they got paid enough to do it in-house, and then when they wouldn't pay them that much, they told me, we can't do your lab work, you'll have to have it done somewhere else. And I'm thinking to myself, really? I don't know how many dollars difference it is, but wouldn't it be better to get even a little bit of less money and keep it in-house than get no money and make me go somewhere else? I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot, but it seems like that would be the better plan. But yeah, no, they'd make me go somewhere else to get my labs done. So, okay, fine. So I'm not with them anymore. So now I'm with a doctor that knows who I am. He remembers what ails me. I don't have to explain it all to him when I come back in to see him in 3 months. So yeah, I like this guy a lot. Really, really nice guy. Yeah, exactly, Roy. I had that same doctor's office. I had a girl come in, the nurse, file clerk. I don't know who the fuck she was. But she comes in and she starts asking me what my medications are I'm taking. Says, you got a computer right in front of you there. Don't you have them all listed there? Don't you know what you've prescribed for me? You should have all that. Why are you asking me? Well, you should know what medicines you're taking. I said, well, I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on television, and I can't pronounce these fucking names of these medications anyway. So I'm sorry, but I just can't, I can look it up on my phone if you want me to, but do I really need to do that, or don't you have it in the computer right in front of you? Man, I was about ready to punch her in the nose, man. What a bitch. So a bluegrass band, was it an inside event, outside event? Where was it held at? On the beach? Give me some details here. This is interesting. I mean, I'm serious, Ken or Keith. This is I'm really interested in what you're doing here. This sounds kind of cool. So you did something for Union Pacific Railroad earnings call. So you were just running the sound equipment while they're doing speeches at the podium? Is that basically, cameras too, I assume, if they were putting monitors up with the pictures. At my old job, yeah, okay. Played a mandolin, no shit. Wow. Roy, was it your granddad that was on the Oriskany? Oh, it was your dad that was on the Oriskany. Wow, okay. We talked about this once. I don't know. Did you ever sit down with him and do a video and let him tell his story about what it was like doing the work during the war and all that? You really should get that on tape. Just because you could put it up on YouTube and you'd get a lot of views. People would love to hear that story. One of my best friend's neighbor was he was on the ship in Pearl Harbor that sunk one of the midget subs, the Japanese midget, that shot the round right through the conning tower. He was on that ship, and I came over to his house, and we had cameras set up, and we let him tell his whole story about, when they saw the midget sub, and, more than just that, too, but he told that whole story, and we got it on video, and, I don't know if we're, at least we have it. I don't know if he's going to want to put it up on YouTube one day or not, but, it was a great story. God, it was so cool to let him tell us all about it. Well, probably if it's just you two. But if you had a bunch of friends over the house and you were kind of just, all just talking, he'd be more comfortable telling his story. If you just set him down, in front of a camera and want him to talk about it, it's going to feel more like work. But if you make it more of a party atmosphere and, so he can just join in with the crew and tell his story, we can edit it all out later, as far as separating it. But, yeah, that I would get him that way and see if he'd, tell his story because, that's some great stuff. Okay, so again, Keith, this is really cool. I'm really enjoying this. Were you guys recording this to play back later, or was like Were you in an auditorium with all the workers were in there while this was going on, or was this more of a closed room kind of thing? So you were talking about the phone people audio bridge in Atlanta. It was that kind of like a Zoom call. Um, they had cameras and it was a video chat thing too, or was it just audio? Wow, pretty cool. There's another guy in our Zoom that does the same kind of work you do. He I forget where he lives. It's out west somewhere. Um, so so that's what you're doing now, part time, right? Is that what it? Instead of doing it for the college, you're just basically freelancing, I guess. Um, you've got some clients that call you semi regularly, I guess, when they need to do an audio conference call thing. And so, Roy, does your mom get upset about? I mean, he doesn't have to talk about his ex-wife if he's just talking about serving in the Navy. I don't know how she would come into the conversation. Um, he could just talk about what he did in the Navy and what he went through at the start of the war and stuff. Oh, your mom's dead. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't know that. Um, but that still upsets your dad to talk about it. If your mom's dead, then that shouldn't be a problem to talk about, right? I mean, am I missing something here? I'm not quite. See, I'm the reason I'm telling you this is my dad was in the Korean War, And I never sat him down and talked to him about it. I didn't get any of it. I don't have any video. I have nothing, you know. My dad would tell stories every now and then about, you know, being AWOL because, you know, he didn't get back in time. He came home to see my mom, and, you know, he was stationed in Texas and was driving back to Ohio, you know, in the middle of the night, and then he had to drive back to base, and sometimes he got stopped by the police. He was in jail one night. His captain or sergeant or whoever was in charge had to come bail him out of jail because he was caught speeding, and you know he had all these stories, you know. But he never gave me the whole story of everything, and I never got it on tape, and I so wish I had, because I would love to, you know, be able to play that now and then, and you know, listen to what my, you know, dad did in the war. How often do you work with that bluegrass band? Wow. Have you ever reached out to your half brother to try to maybe meet him? Maybe have a Zoom call or something? Or are you just not interested? Oh, no kidding. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of... See, my dad and his brother hated each other. And knowing my dad, you know, my dad was pretty, pretty much an asshole. So I can understand why my uncle uh, didn't want to socialize with my dad. But yeah, he has kids, and we've met, you know, a long time ago, and I haven't reached out to them. They've never reached out to me. I guess they're perfectly happy that way. That, you know. So I don't know. I know. I believe. I know I have a cousin that's a full blown autistic. Because it runs in the family. Like I said, I have the Asperger's version of it. So does my brother, and my brother's one son has a much more severe case of it, but still not. He's not full blown autistic, but he can lose his focus pretty easy. You know, his mind will wander off to something else, and then he struggles to figure out whatever it is he's thinking about. And my brother learned how to get him refocused back onto the, you know. But other, you know, he's pretty normal. He seems pretty normal. I don't really see a lot of the autism in him, but I have a full blown autistic, and I haven't seen him again. I think he's part of my dad's brother's side of the family, and I only met him once. We were over their house, and I had no idea I had this Asperger's until recently. My brother, when he found out that his son had it, they tested him, and he had it, and then him and I talked on the phone, and he told me all the symptoms, and I have all the same symptoms. So I haven't officially been diagnosed with it, but it's pretty obvious that since my brother and I have all the exact same symptoms, I obviously have it. It's and this loud thing is part of it. That's one of the characteristics of Asperger's is you're loud. Sorry, can't help it. I try to calm it down, but it just it always comes back. I can't just suppress it. It does, Jeff in Lower Alabama is back in the house. Well, that's probably why your half brother doesn't want to meet you, because I'm sure his mom probably had nothing good to say about your dad because of that circumstance. That's usually how it goes. Yeah, it wouldn't do any good, Roy, if I changed. Nobody would like me anyway. All right, Keith. Hey, thanks for stopping in, man. It's good to hear from you again. And I miss when you put up my little streetcar things. Those the buses. It's cute. So yeah, good to see you, man. We're here every Saturday. Come on back. Yeah, 39's the claim. I didn't say that. Somebody else did. You did, Jeff? I missed that. So why are you back up at this hour, Jeff? What happened? Can't sleep? Midnight snack? Oh, because of Bigfoot? Was it crazy for you? Yeah. Did you buy any airplanes there? Did you sell any airplanes there? Not too big a drive for Jeff. He lives in Alabama, so you know, not near the drive it is for me. Jesus, God, that's a long drive. Oh wow, what? How did she do that? What happened? Yeah, our highways are good. You know, we've got pretty good roads here. You know, down here in the south, the up in Ohio. You know, I haven't been up there in forever, but they tell you know my friends that are up there tell me the roads are terrible. So apparently they don't want to fix the roads up there. But yeah, the roads in Florida here are real good. Um, Jeff, did Linda go with you to Bigfoot? A thin layer of mud. I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I could understand her staying home, stay off her ankle. What is that? Is Birmingham about what 3 hour drive for you? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a yeah. I could make a 3.5 hour trip pretty easy. I think the last time I went, it was almost 14 hours getting there, and I think it was worse coming home. Too many P stops, gas stops. Um, yeah, yeah, it's a haul. It's definitely a not an easy drive from here. That's for sure. Do you go to the early show too? The one he has like in beginning or summer. I forget what that one's called. Um, but do you go to that one too? Yeah, I same here, Juno. I try to do all my traveling at night. Less traffic. The cooler temperatures. It's easier on the vehicle. Yeah, Bam Jam. Yeah, that's what it's called. Thank you. I forgot. I knew there was a clever name, but I couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, I may try to go to that next year. The weather's better. Yeah, much cooler at night. You know, so the car runs cooler, less wear and tear. Yeah, I would much and less the traffic too. So I like driving through the night. Um, oh yeah, did Scott say why? I isn't Bigfoot already pretty big? I don't think the turnout was as good this year. I could be wrong, but it just seemed like it wasn't as big this year. But you know, the 2 years ago when I was there, hell, there wasn't any parking. I was on the end of the runway, literally. Um, it was pretty packed. So I don't know. I mean, I don't. He's going to have to do something with the parking situation if he wants to make it any bigger. All right, guys, I think we're winding down here. I think it's time to call this one. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you guys being here. We'll do it again next week. See what's happening. So, for oh, that's pretty cool, Juno. I would love something like that to happen. I would love to, meet some, ex pilots that want to do this. I don't think we have any real military guys in the group I fly with at all. I don't think there's anybody that's military, ex pilots or anything that I can think of. All right. Thanks for the birthday wishes, guys. Appreciate that. We'll see you guys all later. I really don't. Other than changing the oil in my truck tomorrow, I don't really know what I'm doing tomorrow. But I'll try to have a fun birthday. Thanks for all your wishes. We'll catch you guys later. All right. Have a great night. We'll talk to you later. What happened to my... Uh-oh. Oh, there.